soul shoes and walk among the groups of two. It's not ideal, it's just how we feel. It's a shame we're easily amused. The only cure for this forward motion is to make emotion fly away. The air is cold, but the water's not frozen. I see ripples rolling every day. Cast a stone and get a hardcore view. Catchphrase of the day is that it's true. There's no coffee talk and only one way to please. It's a shame what you do moves me. The only cure for this forward motion is to make emotion fly away. The air is cold, but the water's not frozen. I see ripples rolling every day. Yeah, I'm not looking for a windswept view. Our change has changed. Nothing's new. Right heart, new song. That knows. The only cure for this forward motion is to make emotion fly away. The air is cold, but the water's not frozen. I see ripples rolling every day. If I know what we'll do wrong, I'd take the smile. The only cure for this forward motion is this smile. The only cure for this forward motion is this smile. The only cure for this forward motion.
Hey, everybody. Oh, my microphone is right in the way. How are you? Oh my gosh. Okay, well, I'll fix that in a minute. How are you guys? Welcome to Rebellious 1776. My name is Lynn Hurley, and I am here with you to critique, criticize, and fact check our nation's politicians in real time. We love watching a very feisty congressional hearing around here, and today may be one of those. We shall see. And if you know someone who would like watching where their tax dollars are going, and don't we all want to know that? Please feel free to share the love and share the show with them so they too can see what our nation's politicians are up to. And then just sit back, grab yourself a snack and a drink. And if you're watching live, please join us in the chat. We always have a lot of fun talking about what is going on in front of us. And if you like all things politics, why not hit that subscribe button? Don't forget to turn on the notification bell so you always get notified anytime I got a new show coming up. There's always new ones. So make sure you've got that notification bell turned on to all so you always get them. And I do members only shows where we talk about things a little more in depth, a little more one-on-one. We don't watch hearings there. We just talk about what is going on in this big, wacky, crazy world of ours at that time, at the day, on that day of that week, whatever. We talk about it all. So if you don't want to miss out on those conversations, please consider becoming a member. So happy to see you guys here this morning. What? Bradley has had 3 spider attacks this morning. Can you comfort me and fight them off? That'd be a hard pass. No, I'm not your gal when it comes to spider attacks. Sorry. Oh my gosh. So how are you guys? I am going to check. So we are going to be watching the Senate today. And what is going on with the live stream today? Let me just check on this while we're chatting. Going. Okay. That's so weird. All right. Well, it's saying that it's live, but it's not showing us anything. So how are you guys? We're going to hopefully watch the Senate discussing the foreign aid bill. They've been talking about it all weekend. They have voted to bring it forward. So they're still talking about it, still debating whether or not they are going to be able to pass the 95.3 billion dollars in foreign aid to Israel, Taiwan, and of course the Ukraine without one single penny going to the border here in the US. So that's not great. And we're hearing all kinds of crazy things, all kinds of weird amendments being put into this. So today they're supposed to be continuing the debate. But let me see. I'm not sure what is going on with this with the video on here. So let me just get this. See if I can get it going. You know what? Let me just look at the Senate itself instead of C-SPAN. And see if we can just get it directly from them. We'll go right to the source. There we go. Okay. So let's get moving on over there and see what they're doing because they've already started it. So here we go.
Principles for American prosperity, then
Let me
elected
know
leaders need
how
to put
the
in the
sound
work to
is.
make that happen. We need to approve the investments that ensure our people's security, ensure the security of our partners, and prevent our adversaries from gaining an edge over us. These are enormously high stakes of the national security package. Our security, our values, our democracy. It's a down payment for the survival of Western democracy and the survival of American values. The entire world is going to remember what the Senate does in the next few days. Nothing would make Putin happier right now than to see Congress waver in its support for Ukraine. Nothing would help him more on the battlefield. And if some people think Putin's going to stop at Ukraine, if they think it's somehow better to reason with him, to appease him, to hear him out, then these modern-day Neville Chamberlains ignore the warnings of history. The appetites of autocrats are never-ending. And make no mistake, the war in Ukraine is not some regional struggle. Its effects will reverberate around the world. The Chinese Communist Party, the Iranian regime, and our adversaries, and all of our adversaries are going to take note if America fails to defend a democracy and ally in need. They will conclude that if America fails one of our friends, it will fail others too, and they will act accordingly. Imagine what kind of message failure by Congress would send to NATO. Imagine what it sends to our partners whose troops fought with us and bled with us and died with us after 9/11. Even though it wasn't them, who are under attack. Imagine what message inaction would send to Taiwan or the Philippines or other places around the world. The message, if we fail, would be that America can't be trusted. We, as a body, as a Congress, and as a country, cannot afford to send that message. Protecting democracy is not for the faint of heart.
But apparently we can afford to
Sometimes
let
it
them know that our
requires
border is
us
wide
to
open.
make difficult choices in this chamber, but that is precisely what the American people sent us here to do. In generations past, Democrats and Republicans would have bent heaven and earth to stand up to Russian autocrats. We would have balked at the mere thought of showing weakness to thugs who attack our friends and villains who seek America's demise. We find ourselves yet again in a moment of history when democracy is under siege. We heard directly from President Zelensky what's at stake if we fail. So fail we must not. It's been long enough, long enough. I urge my colleagues to come together and finish working on the supplemental. We will not rest until the job is done. Information of senators, we will have a live quorum. I ask senators to stay close to the floor until we get this bill done. Of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman.
He can stay in.
Mr. Braun. Mrs. Britt.
Absolutely, XJ. That seems like what's going on, right? They're trying to
Mr.
divide.
Brown.
I don't know. I don't know what they're thinking by keeping out any legislation on the border. They're trying to make the Republicans look bad, is what they're trying to do. But
Mr.
that shows
Budd.
they really don't care too much about getting the border in order.
31, 32.
Ms. Butler. Ms. Cantwell.
I mean, it may take another 5 minutes.
Mrs. Capito.
3.
Mr. Cardin. Mr. Carper. Mr. Casey. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto.
Senator Lujan? Senator Lujan?
Sir. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Daines.
But you should stay.
Mrs. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mr. Fetterman. Mrs. Fisher. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty.
Yeah, I got it.
Ms. Hassan. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Heinrich.
There's close and there's here. Close means to them means at the monument.
Ms. Hirono.
42.
Mr. Hoven. Mrs. Hyde Smith. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. King. Ms. Klobuchar. Mr. Lankford. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lujan. Ms. Lummis.
We got you.
Mr. Manchin. Mr. Markey. Mr. Marshall. Here. Mr. McConnell. Mr. Menendez. That's not bad. That's good. Mr. Merkley. Mr. Moran. Mr. Mullen. Ms. Murkowski. Mr. Murphy. Mrs. Murray. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Padilla.
So one of the reasons why
Mr.
there
Paul.
are politicians and Biden frantically trying to get money to the Ukraine is because the Ukraine will run out of money within months and be forced to take
Mr. Peters.
economic measures to keep their government running that are
Mr.
probably
Reed.
not what they want to do if they don't get aid from the US or Europe.
Mr. Ricketts.
Probably both, more like it. Both the US and the European Union are the Ukraine's largest
Mr. Risch.
financial backers, and they've promised billions of dollars in aid, in both
Mr. Romney.
financial and military aid. But both here and in Europe,
Ms.
there has been a
Rosen.
lot of infighting about this aid. So apparently, the U.S. isn't the U.S. American citizens
Mr.
aren't
Rounds.
citizens, that are kind of quarreling over this. And so
Mr.
then the
Rubio.
question comes: is it our responsibility to give the Ukraine funding? Some would argue yes, And to a certain extent, I would argue yes, even though I don't
Mr.
want to
Sanders.
Ukraine any money. I also know we participated in starting the war and certainly in perpetuating the war. So now is it our
Schatz.
financial responsibility to deal with what the mess we've created? Do we need to clean up our own mess, in other words? Or do we say, well, the Ukraine went along with it. They're their own country.
Mr. Schmidt.
I put on the big girl pants and figure out and clean up
Mr.
their own
Schumer.
problems. I don't know. What do you guys think?
Mr. Scott of
here
Florida.
is for
We got you.
giving aid to
Mr.
Ukraine?
Scott
and
of
who's
South
against it?
Carolina.
What are your thoughts on the subject?
They gotta come in, so.
Gotcha. Thank you. President, thank you.
So, XJ, you think that they should,
Ms. Cinema.
Hey, Tony,
either they or we, actually, I'm curious if you've watched the Putin
Ms.
interview,
Smith.
he made a very good point, I thought, which is he tried to have, they had a diplomatic
Ms. Stabenow.
solution on the table.
Mr.
And,
Sullivan.
The Ukraine backed out because basically
Mr. Tester.
the British Prime Minister came and said, no, we're not doing this. You
Mr.
can't do this.
Thune.
And probably threatening to withhold funds, I would imagine, is how they
Mr.
got
Tillis.
that. And so Putin says, well, there's not really any point in trying to come to a
Mr.
diplomatic
Tuberville.
resolution to this with the Ukraine because really it's the U.S. who are pulling the strings
Mr.
behind
Van
Putin.
Hollen.
So do we need to go and negotiate and settle and find a resolution to this? Or
Mr. Vance.
does the Ukraine say once and for all,
Mr. Warner.
look, this is our country, we're taking over, we're doing this.
Mr. Warnock.
Well, I mean, that's always a possibility, but we also don't know that Russia wants to go further. We have no
Ms. Warren.
there's nothing suggesting that Russia wants
Welch.
to invade other countries. And in fact, Russia
Mr.
for
Whitehouse.
decades put off invading the Ukraine, and it was because of NATO, because they didn't uphold their end of the agreement that NATO would not, as we've heard the saying, move an inch closer to Russia. And they did five big moves that went closer to Russia. They started opening up what they called training centers in the Ukraine near the Russian border, which were just military bases, let's be honest. And so finally, Russia said, okay, enough is enough. We've given you warnings, decades of warnings. You need to stop. And you didn't stop. And now we have to defend our
Mr.
border.
Wicker.
So I don't think, I don't give into the fear mongering that Russia's going to, like this big bad guy who's going to take over everything, because they haven't. Before this, what was the last country they've invaded? Like, really, before this, what was the last country, and when was the last time they invaded a foreign country? That's the question I think that we need to ask. Yes, exactly. Thank you. Chronicles of Still Waters. That's exactly what I was saying. I agree. I don't think Russia was given a choice. They had given warnings, decades of warnings, stating you need to back off. Do not bring the Ukraine into this. Don't push forward. Don't expand NATO. That was the agreement that they had. NATO was the one that went back on that agreement, not Russia. And I honestly think they could have started this years ago, and they still didn't. They were trying to be diplomatic. So again, is Russia really the big bad guy here? That's the question. I don't know. That's interesting. I haven't heard that about Kamala Harris. I'm going to have to look into that. Chronicles of Still Waters. Thank you for bringing that to my attention. I'm not sure what part she played in all of this, so that would be interesting to find out, especially since she's saying she's poised to take over the presidency right now, isn't she? So was this her evil plan all along? Was she like a Disney villain planning this all out? I wouldn't put it past her, to be honest.
Mr. Wyden. Mr. Young.
A quorum is present.
That's true. Many of
Madam
Ukrainian people
President.
consider themselves Russian.
The senator from Maine.
Madam President. Thank you.
Order in the chamber, please.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, for the information of our colleagues, I want to bring everyone up to date on where we are. For the past few days, the leadership on both sides of the aisle, as well as the bill managers on both sides of the aisle, have been working diligently, night and day, to try to get agreement to consider, debate, and have votes on a series of amendments offered by senators on both sides of the aisle. Obviously, in order for that to occur, we would need the cooperation of all members, and we would need to have time agreements because the number of amendments is considerable. Regrettably, Madam President, I have to inform my colleagues that there have been objections on both sides of the aisle that impede our going forward. So, Madam President, at this point, unless these objections are withdrawn, it's going to be very difficult to have the robust amendment process that many of us, most of us, want to have. And I just wanted to let my colleagues know where we stand. Thank you, Madam President.
The senator from Alabama.
Thank you, Madam President. I come to the floor today in opposition to the Senate's effort to give away $60 billion more of our taxpayer dollars in weapons to Ukraine. We should not give another dime to Ukraine until we secure our border for our citizens.
Thank you,
That's
Senator.
what we're here for.
The Senate will be in order. Please take your conversations outside.
In December, all of 49 Republicans voted to defeat similar legislation because it did nothing for our southern border. Senate Republicans were unanimous. We had a consensus in the Republican conference that we should not give more money to other countries until we secured our southern border. I still believe that. My position has not changed since December. The 17 Republicans who voted to take up this legislation can explain their change of heart themselves. It's up to them. My demands have not changed. We should not send a dime to Ukraine until our borders are fully secured. We have already given Ukraine more than $120 billion. This is more than enough money to secure every border in our country. Unfortunately, but predictably, the $120 billion we've sent to Ukraine has resulted in a years-long stalemate that has cost hundreds of thousands of lives, both Ukrainian and Russian. This money is in addition to the executive actions that Joe Biden has taken to isolate Russia from the global financial system. None of this has worked to either deter Russia or force parties to the table to negotiate a diplomatic solution. Yet some of my colleagues think that another 60 billion of what 120 billion failed to do will do the trick. It doesn't make sense.
Good point.
Now should be a time for diplomacy. What a thought. Bring this war to an end. Stop the killing and bloodshed. When Joe
Amen,
Biden
brother.
took office, he went to the State Department and claimed diplomacy is back. That turned out to be a lie. We have yet to see a diplomatic effort from this administration. Joe Biden's idea of diplomacy is sending Anthony Blinken to Israel to tell Israel to slow down the war in Gaza. That's not diplomacy. We need some real diplomacy in Ukraine. Right now, we're facing the possibility of a regional war in the Middle East. There have been 160 attacks on our troops in the Middle East since October the 7th. We're also facing the possibility of war in the South China Sea with China threatening Taiwan. A real leader has the right priorities. We cannot get involved in every conflict around the world. Last year, there was a war in Ethiopia. I asked my colleagues who support Ukraine, should we have paid for that? Last year, there was a war in Armenia. I asked my colleagues, should we have paid for that? No one was clamoring for billions in weapons for those two wars. Yet, our entire defense industry is now being largely put in service to Ukraine. Under Joe Biden, Americans' foreign policy is no longer dictated by American interest. It is not even dictated by American ideas. Instead, it is dictated by simplistic moralism with no depth or intellectual depth. A land war in Europe is not America's top priority. Even President Obama said 13 years ago, we needed to pivot to Asia. 13 years ago. Can there be any doubt that our number one rival and adversary is China? It's not Russia. China is watching us. President Xi is watching American bankruptcy
Agree.
ourselves for a war that gains us absolutely nothing. We can have a conversation about shifting Ukraine aid to somewhere higher priority like Taiwan. But right now, aid to Ukraine is 2/3 of this bill. The bill also includes money for Gaza, which is controlled by Hamas. The vast majority of Gaza supports Hamas. They elected Hamas as their leaders. The bill would send billions to Gaza. Can there be any doubt that some of that will end up in the hands of terrorists? I don't think there is. Much of what we have sent to Ukraine has been stolen or wasted. There has been a complete lack of oversight. In this year's defense bill, we finally got an inspector general for Ukraine aid. Little too late. There has already been enormous theft and money laundering of our tax dollars in Ukraine. You don't have to take my word for it. Zelensky fired his own cabinet members for corruption. Ukraine has been one of the most blatantly, notoriously corrupt places in the world for a long, long time. We are paying Ukrainian farmers, and yet we just punted the farm bill for American farmers next year. We have been paying Ukrainian pensions. We can't even pay our own pensions in this country. We have paid more than $6 billion for Ukrainian pensions. That is enough money to pay for President Trump's border wall, an amount that the sitting vice president said was too expensive. We don't have a plan. We do not have a plan to win the war in Ukraine. We also don't have a plan for Ukraine if it loses. The Biden administration simply says, as long as it takes. Hell, that's not a strategy. That is a blank check from the American
Absolutely.
taxpayers to another country. It would be irresponsible to give a blank check to any other country. $3 out of $4 of Ukraine aid in this bill is after the current fiscal year. It's not now. We keep hearing, well, we can't wait 2 weeks. This money's not going to Ukraine in months, and they say they're running out of aid. In other words, this money is for the next president. It's intended to force the next president to continue this war. And so I stand opposed to this legislation, and I'm not the only one. This bill cannot pass the House of Representatives. Therefore, this bill is not going to become law. Passing this bill is purely an exercise in messaging. What message does this bill send? It says those elected to represent Americans care more about the borders of countries halfway around the world than our own. It's not a winning message. The American people are opposed to a blank check to Ukraine. The American people are saying enough is enough.
Many of us
The
are
arguments
opposed to
for this
any
bill
check.
have been utterly lacking. Some of my colleagues have argued that Vladimir Putin wants to conquer the world. This is absurd. He can't beat Ukraine. Russian tanks are not going to conquer Europe if we don't pass this bill.
And where did that big bad
Another argument
boogeyman
that has
theory
been
come
made
from?
is this money will stay in the U.S. to support defense contractors. In fact, a Washington Post columnist tweeted at me yesterday claiming that we should pass this bill to give more money to Alabama's defense contractors. You know, it wasn't long ago that this was referred as corruption. But that's the kind of thing that gets published in the Washington Post these days. Simply put, his argument is more about people should die that we can increase profits for fewer American companies. It's disgusting. These are the same people lecturing us about the morality of supporting Ukraine. Now, Alabama is deeply, deeply proud to be the top state in America when it comes to the defense industry. I strongly support Alabama's defense industry. I support funding Alabama's defense industry to strengthen our military. I support funding to replenish our stockpiles. It will take months, if not years, to do that. We are far behind. We couldn't fight one war right now, much less three. The arguments from the other side just don't add up. And so it's no surprise that they have resorted to personal attacks, name calling. One of my colleagues accused opponents of Ukraine aid from getting their messaging from Russia. This is the best argument that they can come up with, name calling. If you oppose a blank check to another country, I guess that makes you a Russian. We are $34 trillion in debt. We are borrowing $80,000 a second, 4.6 million a minute. American taxpayers, listen to that one more time. We are borrowing $80,000 a second, 4.6 million a minute. Does that make any sense when you're 34 trillion in debt? We cannot afford to keep giving any money to any countries or any illegal immigrants flooding our border. We don't have it. We're taxing the future of this country. There is no moral, economic, military, or political argument in favor of more Ukraine aid. Our country has serious problems of its own, and we need to solve them. But there's no solving any of those problems in this room. It's about spending. The top of that list is the southern border. If we're so worried about Russia, what about the actual Russians that are entering our country on a daily basis through the southern border? What about that? Is anyone in Washington worried about the Chinese coming in this country every day? It doesn't seem like it. Day after day, month after month, we are failing to meet that crisis with the seriousness that it deserves. Earlier this week, Senate leadership on both sides of the aisle laid out our border giveaway bill that had been written in secret by 3 senators over a period of months. We were not allowed to see it until last Sunday night. For weeks, there were leaks coming to the press about what it was. When my colleagues and I expressed concerns about these leaks, we were attacked. The authors of the bill said that it was fake news and wouldn't let us see the bill until last Sunday. However, once we got the text, we found out these leaks were true. The bill was even worse than we had feared. Senators from across the spectrum of the Republican conference came out in opposition. Even some of the senators who were initially involved in writing the bill opposed it. After the bill was rejected, we were told that we were playing politics if it weren't from a border state. Here's the reality. Under the Biden administration, every state is a border state. I met with some Alabama sheriffs last week from across our state. They are being absolutely overrun. Overrun by drugs, crime, criminals, illegal aliens. Every single part of every single state is being hurt by this border crisis. You think this body cares? Nope. I won't belabor a point, but the border bill is a giveaway. But this bill did not attempt to address the seriousness of the crisis. This is the worst border crisis in the history of our country. It's worse than any natural disaster we've ever seen. Yet the response from Senate leadership to this crisis has been superficial, uncaring, and dismissive. The so-called border bill was more of a border giveaway than the actual border bill. Remember, President Trump had the same laws on the books as President Joe Biden does. But President Trump secured the border. It was a priority. Joe Biden opened it up his first day in office. And so, new news and new laws are not absolutely necessary. But certain new laws would be very helpful. I propose an amendment to the Ukraine bill that would actually truly secure the border. This amendment, the Border Safety and Security Act, would simply suspend all illegal entries completely until DHS has operational control of the border. They have no control whatsoever. My amendment prohibits mass parole programs. The Schumer border giveaway bill would have allowed parole programs to continue. My amendment prohibits catch and release and requires detention. The border bill required the release of illegal aliens.
Watch how quickly this gets shot down by
The Schumer bill would
Democrats.
have allowed thousands of illegal border crossings in a day. My amendment would mean 0 illegal crossings. It also allows states to sue administrations if it doesn't do its job. Enforce the laws. We should not pass a Ukraine bill until we first pass a border bill. That is my position, and that was my position in December, and it is my position again today. I reserve the balance of my time.
As you can see, the Senate, for those of you that have been watching a lot of the House hearings, the Senate moves at a much slower pace than the House. It's more leisurely in the Senate, apparently.
Madam President,
Senator from Kentucky.
open the champagne, pop the cork. The Senate Democrat leader and the Republican leader are on their way to Kiev. They've got $60 billion they're bringing. I don't know if it'll be cash and pallets, but they're taking your money to Kiev. Now, they didn't have much time, really no time and no money to do anything about our border. We're being invaded. A literal invasion's coming across our border. 800,000 people came illegally in the last month, and all they had time to do in the Senate was get the money, get the cash pallets, load the planes, get the champagne ready, and fly to Kiev.
Who else loves Rand
Paul?
Paul?
Take the $60 billion to Kiev, crack the champagne, and meanwhile, each day, between 5,000 to 10,000 people come across the border illegally. Now, they put up a sham bill, and they said you should have taken the sham bill. You should have taken the ruse, We gave you a border bill. But the border bill would allow 5,000 people a day to come across, and then they would declare an emergency. Guess what? The emergency is already here. 700,000 people in 2 months is an emergency. Nearly 800,000 people in 2 months is an emergency. But they gave lie to the roost when they tweeted out their great bullet points on how great this deal was going to be. They tweeted out, "The border never closes." So they were putting forward this great border bill that the president would use to stop illegal immigration, but they tweeted out of all the main points that this would do, that the border never closes. And this is actually true, because what would happen is they would close the illegal crossings, but leave the legal crossings open. It's like, why wouldn't we have the illegal crossing always closed? Why wouldn't we, after having 750,000 people come in illegally, close down the illegal crossings immediately?
Right. That should be closed
And
already.
what also gives lie to their assertions is that we have the same laws we had under President Trump, and President Trump controlled the border. So how could President Trump do it with the same set of laws? And now they say, if you only gave us power, we would do something. But what gives lie to this assertion is that they're in court every day trying to dismantle the barriers that Texas puts up. Texas and 30 some odd Republican governors have said enough's enough. They put cargo containers and razor wire on the border to say no more illegal crossings. So the Biden administration, who says just give us more power and we'll do something about the border, went all the way to the Supreme Court to get the power, and they have it temporarily. They may not keep it, but they have fought tooth and nail to remove the cargo containers, remove the razor wire, remove the border barriers. So which is it? They want more power to shut down the illegal immigration, or they want to remove the border obstacles to illegal immigration? I can't have it both ways. Now, some would argue, well, this appears to be that you don't want immigrants in your country. Nothing could be further from the truth. We admit 1 million immigrants to our country every year, and I'm for that. In fact, I'm co-sponsor of a half a dozen bills to increase lawful immigration.
Absolutely.
I think it would be
Legal
difficult for
immigration.
America to do a lot of things, including building houses, apartments, and commercial construction, without new people coming to the country. I think some of the best Americans just got here. Many of them are my friends. Bowling Green, Kentucky is known for people from all over the world. We have 100 languages being spoken in our schools. This has nothing to do with not wanting immigrants. It has to do with not wanting 750,000 people to come across who we don't know who they are. Most of them are males of a military age, and we're doing nothing. So we come to an inflection point. That's where we are, an inflection point. And we had a chance. 41 of us, 41 Republicans could have stood and said, no, we want something better. There's an emergency on the border, and we will not settle for anything until we get a border security bill. Instead, it folded. Why? Because Republican leadership is flying with the Democrat leadership to Kiev because they have prioritized Ukraine over the southern border. There's no other way to put it. We have a disaster at our southern border, and the ranking Republicans and the ranking Democrats, there is no difference. They're on the same team. They'll be on the same plane to Kiev. Republicans and Democrats, same plane, pallets of cash, your money to Ukraine. Even if you could make the argument, and I think there is an argument that there is a noble cause, that these people are fighting for their independence and they're fighting against aggression. All of that is true, but there is no money to give them. We're out. We are flat out of cash. Not only are we flat out of cash, we're $34 trillion in the hole. We're borrowing money like it's going out of style. We have never, ever borrowed money at this alarming rate. It's hard to even fathom the billions of dollars that goes out the door. It's been said before, but people have asked, how do you imagine, how do you put into perspective $1 billion? What is $1 billion? If you put $1 million in the palm of your hand in $1,000 bills, it would be 4 inches high. But $1 billion is difficult, more difficult to visualize. To put $1 billion into perspective, 1 billion seconds ago, Reagan was starting his second term. 1 billion minutes ago, the Pantheon was being completed in Rome. 1 billion hours ago, we were in the Stone Age, over 100,000 years ago. But $1 billion ago, just a couple of minutes. In the time that I will speak, the government will spend billions upon billions of dollars, virtually $1 billion every 2 minutes.
That's crazy.
30-some billion in the space of an hour. It's out of control. If you look at the debt that's being incurred, and people say, what does it matter? You could be like Dick Cheney and some of these Republicans. Deficits don't matter. We don't care about the deficit. Well, you should, and you see the results of the deficit every time you fill up your car. Every time you go to the grocery store, every time you buy something, you're seeing the results of the debt. The way we pay for the debt is we print up money. The Federal Reserve buys the debt, but the Federal Reserve has no money, so they print up the money and they dilute the value of the existing currency. What does that mean? Inflation, prices go up, but so does the cost of government. People have cost of living increases, and I don't begrudge that, but it's 9% in the last year or so. So the cost of Social Security are going through the roof. The cost of Medicare are going to the roof. But do you hear a peep? Not one peep about the problem paying our own bills. We are basically like renters paying for our apartment. In what kind of world do you borrow money to send charity? If you see a homeless person and you want to help them, but you have no money, would you go to the first corner and go into the bank and say, I want to help homeless people. Will you give me $1,000 so I can help homeless people? No one does that. If you're paying the rent for your apartment, do you go to the bank and borrow the rent for your apartment? No, there are times at which you borrow against things of value. You can borrow against a home that you have a down payment on. You can borrow for capital improvements like schools or roads, but you don't borrow for your daily expenses. That's what's going on here. Realize that 2/3 of the spending is entitlements. Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security, and food stamps is 2/3 of all spending. That's all we have enough money for. Tax revenue pays for that. Everything else is borrowed. You'll hear people talk about a budget. They say Congress votes on a budget. Well, the budget we vote on is equal to about $1.5 trillion. That's the debt. Every bit of the budget we vote on is borrowed. Last month, we borrowed $210 billion. So we're on course to borrow over $2 trillion at that rate. People are alarmed by this. The head of the Federal Reserve, Powell, said the other day that the problem was urgent. And these are the kind of people that pick their words carefully. The debt is urgent. The need to restrain spending is urgent. And so how does leadership respond? The Republican leaders and the Democrat leaders have gotten together to send $100 billion to another country while they can't pay the bills for our country. We're borrowing money to pay our rent as citizens in our own country, and we're sending $100 billion to another country. Under what world is that a good idea? It's a terrible idea. The Federal Reserve Chairman has said the problem is urgent. Jamie Dimon, the head of J.P. Morgan Chase, has said the problem is urgent. Nassim Taleb, the author of The Black Swan, has said it is urgent. You have all of these people, some who predicted the crisis in 2008, saying it's an imminent crisis. The debt crisis hangs over us. There's a danger of destroying the dollar and destroying our country. And leadership is concerned about making their plane to Kiev. The Republican leader and the Democrat leader will be on a plane to Kiev, I'm assuming with champagne and pallets of cash. Have you ever seen the pictures when they unload the pallets of American cash, when they did it in Iraq? How much oversight do you think there is on pallets of cash? How much is stolen? Well, you'll never know because they have refused to have an inspector general. I've forced at least 2 votes on this. I've been advocating for over a year. I'm not for sending your money to Ukraine, but if you're going to send it, can we at least count how much is being stolen? Ukraine has been on the top 10 list for
Absolutely.
one of the most corrupt countries in the world, and nobody's watching the money. Now, journalists in Ukraine have actually caught a few people. We haven't caught anybody. If you ask our people from our Defense Department, they'll say, oh, nothing to see here. You realize our Defense Department has never been audited. We've been trying to audit the Pentagon in our country for 2 decades. Do you know what the Pentagon tells Congress? We're too big to be audited. You know, my response is, you're too big then. You should be smaller if you can't even audit the money we're spending. They
Definitely.
routinely lose billions of dollars. They routinely have billions of dollars paid. They have no idea where the dollars went. And so in the midst of this, in the midst of a $1.5 trillion deficit this year, at least, the leadership has come together. People say they want compromise. Well, you're getting it today, but it's the wrong kind of compromise. It's compromise to loot the treasury. It's compromise to spend money we don't have. We have not 1 penny saved. There is no savings. There is no rainy day fund. They are shoveling out borrowed cash. Essentially, they have to borrow this from China. They either borrow it from China or they print it up. But there is no money. There's no
That's
money
right. You
sitting
heard that.
around. It's all
Borrowing
been
money
spent.
from China
There isn't
to pay
enough money to
give
take care of the
Ukraine
stuff they
money.
already promised. So everyone on the other aisle and half the people on this side that are wanting to send more cash over there have also promised they're going to take care of you. So all the entitlement programs are out there. Well, the entitlement programs consume all of our tax revenue. There's no money beyond that. So the military and the non-military discretion, that's about 1/3 of the overall spending. There's no money for it. It's all borrowed. So we're going to add to that. Now, I've often asked the question, couldn't we maybe set priorities? And if you really believe that Ukraine is part of our national security, which is ludicrous, but if you believe that, maybe the money should come out of the defense budget. If this is truly, if defending Ukraine is defending our country, which is ludicrous, but if it were,
Agreed.
we're at $880 billion in our military budget. This is more than the next 10 countries in NATO combined. If you really want to send your money to Ukraine, take it out of the military budget.
There you
Take
go.
it out of something. This is a perpetual problem. But I think the American public needs to know, as Republican leaderships and Democrat leaderships jet off to Kiev, cracking the champagne and delivering pallets of cash, they need to know that there was opposition to this. People say, why do you come to the floor? Why do you make the poor senators be here over the Super Bowl weekend? Why do you make them cancel their vacations? You think I do it just to be mean or out of spite? I do it because I care about our country. I care about the bankrupting of America. I care about the looting of our treasury. There can be an honest debate over national security or what is in our vital security, but there never is a debate. If you look closely at what people say, they'll simply declare it's in our national security to send money to Ukraine. There isn't really a debate. I actually think it's the opposite. I think sending money to Ukraine actually makes our national security more endangered. I think it threatens our vital national security to send more money to Ukraine. Why? Because I think it threatens the fiscal solvency of our country. I think it, along with so much of the rest of the spending, is dragging America down and threatening a day of destruction. There have been civilizations who have destroyed their currency. And typically, this happened on the heels of war. After World War I, Germany destroyed their currency. After World War II, England was in arrears to such an extent that they no longer were the dominant currency after World War I and II. And the U.S. became the dominant currency. I think that we should think twice before sending our money overseas. I think we should think twice about the problems we have here at home. But I think the American people ought to look at those here in this body who are willing to prioritize another country over our country. I think they need to look at that and decide, is this what you want? Is this what the American people really want? Did you elect these people to ignore the southern border and to send money to look at Ukraine's border? To
Nope, I did
prioritize
not.
Ukraine's border over the U.S. border? Is that what you elected these people to do? And if you did, do you not care about the bankrupting of America? Do you not care about the destruction of the dollar? It's happening every day. It's happening sort of gradually, 5-10% a year of lost purchasing power. But there are people who are left behind, people whose salaries aren't adjusted with inflation, people who are being squeezed by this inflation. And people say, whose fault was the inflation? Republicans or Democrats? And I say both. Really, there is only one party when you get down to it. They all want to spend money. The leadership in the Republican Party is really not a great deal. And this is a secret you're not supposed to expose in Washington, but there's not a lot of difference between the Democrat leadership and the Republican leadership. They kind of want to spend money sometimes for different things. Sometimes the Republicans want to spend more on the military enterprise and Democrats maybe more on welfare, but they get together. People say, oh, there's not enough compromise in Washington. There's way too much compromise. Why? They compromise to spend money we don't have. So in order to raise military spending, they got to promise that they'll raise the welfare spending as well. There's one particular argument that's been made by Republican leadership as well as Democrat leadership as well as the White House. I find this argument particularly reprehensible, particularly disgusting and disturbing. They make the argument that it's really not so bad to send money to Ukraine because it increases the profits of the arms merchants. And most of the arms merchants selling the arms into this war are Americans. They say, oh, it's a win-win. We send the money overseas to Ukraine, but Ukraine then buys our arms and the arms merchants are enriched. I don't know. I know there are no American soldiers yet in this war, but I have some sympathy for the young men and women involved in this war, that the argument that we should perpetuate the war, or that the war isn't a bad thing, and that war is not a hell on earth because we make some profit off of it, I find that disgusting. I find it really disturbing that there are people out there making the argument on both sides of the aisle, no big deal. It's helping our defense industrial base. It's another word for the military industrial complex, because even Eisenhower warned 70-some years ago, he warned that there was a danger that the military industrial complex would get so big that it wouldn't be policy led by Congress, that the corporations would become so big, trillion-dollar corporations grabbing up money, that they would direct policy, that it would no longer be you voting or no longer be us voting, but it would be the corporate interests who make the profit, they make the profits would be driving this. And I think we've become eerily close to that. This is sort of the quiet part they used to not say out loud. They used to keep it kind of on the QT. We're just going to not talk about the profits going to the arms merchants, but now they're bragging about it. The defense industrial base. We are going to enhance the defense industrial base. Really? The meat grinder of war is now justified by expanding the profits of arms merchants? Some estimates are 500,000 people have died in that war. So if we keep it going for another year or two, maybe 1 million will be dead in the war. That'll be good for arms profits. So is that what our advocacy is? Not to shorten the war, but it's not so big a deal to let the war go on and on. The head general in Ukraine has said that the war has come to a stalemate. And I'm the first to acknowledge, look, the whole war was started by Russia. Russia's the aggressor. There is nothing good to be said about Putin doing this. He is the aggressor. He is in the wrong. But that doesn't really change the situation on the ground. It's at a standstill. 500,000 people have died. It's at a standstill. Some towns in Ukraine, you can't find young people anymore. They're either dead or have gone off to Europe to avoid the war.
I would like to hear one politician talk
So
about the
Zelensky,
reality of NATO
the president
advancing.
of Ukraine, fired his major
Blaming it
general
constantly
because
on
the major general
even Rand
admitted the
Paul, who I
truth,
love, that
which
just
is
said
this is
Russia's
at a
the aggressor.
stalemate.
Russia is at fault for this. Come on now.
Many people in this
Just like any
body,
argument, there were
to
always two
justify
sides.
foreign aid, will say we're spreading and projecting American power and American values. We're trying to teach and show to the world the nobility of democracy. Yeah, if you watch one of the networks, that's all you hear: democracy, democracy, democracy. Well, guess what?
We are not a
Ukraine's
democracy.
not a democracy. They don't have elections.
Thank you.
So they've stopped having elections several years ago, and there's no plan to have elections. So Zelensky had one, and I'm not saying he didn't win. In all likelihood, it was a legitimate election, but it's sort of one and done. He's not going to have more elections. And so we are bending over backwards, not we, the Republican leadership and all of the Democrats are bending over backwards to send money to a country that doesn't have elections. This is a country that has banned media criticism. There is no media criticism. And you'd think the defenders of the First Amendment would be irate the fact that there is no objective media criticism in Ukraine. But the reason why the other side is not standing up and why they're not crazy in arms about
doing
this
the same thing
is
here.
they actually want that
Trying
now
to.
in our country. They actually are for censorship. They believe in the homeland security of the United States censoring and telling people they can't tell you. So if I were to
Absolutely.
say, which I've said a million times, that it's a mistake to vaccinate your kids for COVID because they already have immunity and that there are some risks to that vaccine, the other side will say, I don't have the right to say that. They say that it would be okay for government in league with corporations to censor my speech. If I were to tell you masks don't work, and they don't, all of the studies, 78 randomized controlled studies say masks don't work. You can wear one. I'm not going to forbid you from wearing one. I would just tell you the truth. They will say I shouldn't be allowed to say that. I can still say it on the Senate floor. But if I say it on some of the big tech platforms, we have the FBI and Homeland Security under the Biden administration sitting down and meeting with big tech on a weekly basis to encourage them to take down my speech.
He's right.
So when
I used to work
Ukraine
in a
limits
hospital.
speech, you don't
No.
hear much of a criticism. They just send their money
Masks
because
don't keep you from getting anything.
they are no longer opposed to censorship.
They're not airtight.
They're no
How could they?
longer for the First Amendment. They're for the First Amendment unless you're spreading misinformation. But what is misinformation? It's their definition and their idea that they don't like what you're saying. I would be perfectly willing to acknowledge there are arguments on the other side of what I'm saying, whether masks work, whether you should vaccinate your children. I think the arguments are stronger on our side, and I'll debate anybody on these subjects. And I think they should be debated. And then you should make your own choice. In a free country, you make a choice. Wear a mask, don't wear a mask. Vaccinate your kids, don't vaccinate your kids. But to ban the speech is a very dangerous precedent.
Absolutely.
This is the kind
And
of speech
unconstitutional.
that they're in favor of banning in our country. So they're not too troubled when speech is banned in Ukraine. There's also been banning of religious authorities in Ukraine as well. So we don't have elections in Ukraine. We banned speech. And there's also been a banning of religion as well. And yet the fervor of people to send the money, to load the plane is likely loaded. Now, I may be exaggerating that there are going to be pallets of cash. There are probably going to be a computer entity, but it's much more visual to imagine the pallets of cash. But there will be a plane that will leave this weekend, and it will have the Republican leader on it and the Democrat leader. And they will be celebrating $60 billion of your money going to Ukraine. $60 billion. $60 billion we don't have. And also at the same time, they had no time to discuss the invasion coming in from the southern border. We didn't have 1 minute. We haven't had an amendment. We have several amendments that would actually put border security back into the bill. And some on the other side, I love this. They have said, well, because you oppose the bill, you don't deserve to have amendments. I love the definition and the idea of what their concept of democracy is. If you agree with me, you get to have speech. But if you don't agree with me, you, my goodness, you are deplorable. You don't deserve to have your speech or to have amendments.
Exactly, more censorship.
Basically. So right now, there have been no amendments on border security. There is an emergency at the southern border. I'm all for more legal and lawful immigration. I have several bills that would do exactly that. I have bills that would expand employment-based immigration. It used to be when you came to our country, particularly when we had the big waves of people coming in towards the end of the 19th century, you had to have a sponsor and you had to work. I don't have a problem with that. Even some of the people who have already come here and didn't follow the rules, I'd probably be in favor of allowing work permits. But the thing is I'm not in favor of 780,000 people coming en masse across the border. People are coming from China. People are coming from Venezuela and Colombia and Paraguay. They're coming from all over the place. There was a Pew study a few years ago that did samplings of people. Who would come to America if you could? It was estimated that 750 million people would. Do you think we can take 750 million people all at once? You think we can double our population?
We can't
No,
take
there
what we
has
have
to
right
be some
now.
planning. There has to be some periodic sort of obstacles. There has to be a lawful way to come into this country. So I've been for expanding the lawful pass. I've been for expanding employment-based immigration. Most of the people I know who are first generation are great workers. Like I say, some of the best Americans just got here.
Absolutely.
But we can't have a wide open border. We can't allow the invasion to continue. What has transpired here over the last few days and will continue to transpire is basically ignoring the people. There is an elite class in this country that think that Americans aren't smart enough to figure these things out. They think that Americans aren't smart enough to really figure out whether they want to vaccinate their kids, whether they want to wear a mask, or figure out whether or not 6 feet of distance works. Did you hear the one recently when they interviewed Fauci? They asked him where the 6 feet of distance came from. He's like, I don't know. I think we just made that one up. Really?
Crazy.
I went to my son's university for graduation. They had white circles drawn on the ground outside. And you had to stand in another white circle 6 feet from people outside. There's zero science behind that. Zero. They don't even know where their supposed science came from. I said, I thought you came up with the science. No, I thought you did. I thought it worked. It doesn't work. And you don't catch a disease outside. All of those things. We went through graduations with people with masks on and the chairs 6 feet apart. My favorite is this, though. These people are so obsessed and think masks work that you'll see them on the floor now. And not all of them, I'm just guessing, but I know at least some of them on the floor when they're wearing a mask is because they have COVID. And it's like they used to teach the common sense when I went to medical school and when I was growing up, you stayed home when you were sick. If you had an infectious disease, you stayed home. Now they tell you to just keep going and confronting people, but wearing a mask. That doesn't work. Why don't the masks work? Because the pores in the mask are 600 times bigger than the virus, and the virus is aerosolized, not just on droplets of water, aerosolized, moving freely throughout the air. Probably the most imbecilic thing we did, which rivals maybe the Middle Ages, is plexiglass. These morons told you that plexiglass would stop the virus. Only a moron would say that. There's no truth to that. There's no science to that. It's ridiculous. It should be a Saturday Night Live skit. Plexiglass that's this high, the virus can't go over it. The virus can't go around it. A group of engineers
He's making
at
some good points.
MIT looked at this and looked at patterns of flow. And I can't say that I know that this is right or not, but they conjectured actually that the plexiglass actually made it worse because the lamellar flow of air was actually disrupted by these things, and your filtration systems, which actually probably do serve some value, were interrupted by the plexiglass. But that's what we live through. But these are the people who inflicted these things on you believe that you're not smart enough to make your own decisions. When you tell people at home what's going on up here, and I go home every weekend, go to the grocery store, go to church. When I tell people at home that they just sent $60 billion overseas, they're aghast. They say, how can that happen? They say they know of no one. If I'm in Eastern Kentucky, I could be talking to a fireman, a policeman, city councilman. They come up to me spontaneously and say, we have problems here in our country. We can't pay for the basic functioning of our country. Only 2/3 of the spending in Washington is paid for. An entire third of it is borrowed. And yet they want to send money to a foreign country to deal with their problems. Shouldn't we try to take care of our own country first? Shouldn't we try to do something to actually, quit the destruction of our own currency? How do they get away with it? It's incredibly unpopular. If you were to take this position in my state and ask everybody in Kentucky, how many of you think that we should send $100 billion overseas and do zero for the southern border? Not a penny, not one policy change, nothing for the southern border. How many people believe that? In my state, it's close to zero. Very few people believe that. So how does it happen up here? It happens because there's not enough sunlight. There's not enough transparency. So that's part of what a filibuster is. This is a talking filibuster today. And the reason we talk
I was just going to say that. I think he's
is to try to
filibustering.
broadcast this message, to get the message home so they can send us better people. Madam President, can you tell me how much time I have remaining in the hour of speaking?
The senator has 27 minutes remaining.
All right. So one of the proposals that I've had, I think is a modest proposal, and you would think would be a no-brainer and should have been adopted unanimously, and that's to have an inspector general oversee the money. We've been doing this in Afghanistan for 20 years. Now, we still spent nearly $2 trillion in Afghanistan over 20 years, but at least there was someone trying to watch. Because in times of war, a lot of things happen. They talk about the fog of war. Sometimes there's atrocities, sometimes there's killing of civilians, almost always, but there's also a lot of stealing. There's they have a name for it. It used to have a bad connotation, war profiteer, but it happens. In Afghanistan, there was a hotel being built. It was being built across the street from our embassy. It was framed out. It was halfway. It was at least started. You could tell it was going to be a hotel. And as it was being built, somebody said, wow, it looks like they'll look right down into the courtyard of our embassy. And somebody said, wow, wouldn't that be a safety risk? And other people said, yeah, I think you're right. And so the construction slowed down when they evaluated the possible safety risks of building a tall hotel looking down on our embassy. Meanwhile, the guy who had the money fled to Jordan with $60 million. I think it was going to cost $80 million. They put about $20 million into it, and it was left there as an eyesore. In my understanding, it was eventually torn down. How did we know about this? Because we had an inspector general. The inspector general is called a SIGAR, Special Inspector General for Afghanistan Reconstruction. So I had a proposal over a year ago. I said, why don't we take the inspector general who's been doing this in Afghanistan, already has a budget, because I just happen to be conservative with everything. And I said, we don't even need a new budget. The guy's already got a budget. He's got $10 or $15 million in his budget. Why don't we switch him over from Afghanistan to Ukraine? I've told absolutely everyone I know about it. When I go home, I mention it. People mention it to me. I've not heard of one person who's opposed to it. I've not heard of one person who would be opposed to having an inspector general. So we voted on it. The other side almost universally voted it down, and some on my side voted against it. Why? Because the inspector general has a history of finding waste. They don't like him. I picked him because he apparently is good at his job. He has a whole series of maybe 50 to 100 economists, accountants, people who are used to looking at war spending, and he finds the people wasting it. He writes a book on it every year. One of the waste projects that he found was a natural gas station. And this is the kind of ludicrous stuff that people at home don't know about. And this is stuff the other side sticks in everything. Everything's got to be green. We're going to make the military green. So they decided they wanted to have a natural gas station in Afghanistan. You have to realize this is a country where a lot of the food is still cooked on open fires and people ride burros, not natural gas cars. But they built it. They spent $45 million building a natural gas station 30, 40 miles out from any military site. Couldn't be protected. But then they discovered another problem, and I guess maybe they hadn't thought this through. They wanted to go green, and they wanted to get rid of the internal combustion. They wanted to go to natural gas and away from gasoline. They were going to solve climate change in Afghanistan, a country of open fires. So they built this natural gas station for $45 million. But lo and behold, you know what they discovered? Nobody had a car that ran on natural gas. So, never to be deterred, the wastrels of American spending said, let's buy them cars that go on natural gas. We got a gas station. We got to get them cars that run on natural gas so we can cure global warming in Afghanistan. So they bought them, I think, 24 cars that ran on natural gas, but they didn't think this one through either. The people now had a gas station that delivered natural gas to their cars. We gave them a couple of cars that ran on natural gas. They didn't have any money. So we said, let's get them a credit card. So they got them credit cards to buy the natural gas. We have a gas station, natural gas cars, but now here's your credit card. They didn't think that all the way through either. It turns out that people were still killing each other in that part of the world, and it was too dangerous for our soldiers to protect. So when one of my staff members asked to see the natural gas station, he was told by our soldiers, too dangerous to see it. So as you can imagine, this natural gas station now looks like, if you can imagine an inner city gas station with the copper pipes torn out, you know, anything that's of value torn out of the ground, that's your natural gas station in Afghanistan. That's your $45 million. And that's war, even with an inspector general. We found out about it. Can you imagine what war is like with no inspector general? Now, the other side will say, oh, the Department of Defense has an inspector general. Well, yeah, they do. This is the Department of Defense that's missing a couple $1 trillion worth of equipment. This is the Department of Defense that says they're too big to be audited. So I would say that we have to be a little bit wary of just saying, oh, the Department of Defense will watch this money. So I mentioned earlier about $1 billion. You know, what is $1 billion? So $1 million in the palm of your hand is $1,000 bills. If you have $1,000 bills, it would be 4 inches high, would be $1 million. $1 billion is more difficult to visualize, but to put $1 billion into perspective, 1 billion seconds ago, Reagan was starting his second term. 1 billion minutes ago, the Pantheon was being completed in Rome. 1 billion hours ago was the Stone Age, over 100,000 years ago. But $1 billion ago, at the rate we're spending money, just a little more than 2 minutes ago. Now that's $1 billion. See, you know, you wonder how bad things are around here. We used to think $1 billion was a lot of time, a lot of money. But now we have trillion. We have trillion of $34 trillion. I remember when George W. Bush was president, it was $5 trillion, and it went to $10 trillion. I was like, gosh, this is terrible. This is a Republican administration. Then when Obama was president, it went from 10 to 20. Then when Trump was, it went up 7.5, 8 in 4 years, even at a more alarming rate. Each president's been worse. They've all been bad. Well, Congress deserves some of the blame too. It doesn't happen without Congress, but the money's going crazy. But we're up to about $1.5 trillion. So I looked this up this morning. I wanted to know if you stacked $1 bills and you wanted to know how big 1.5 trillion is. Well, if you take 2 years worth of debt, that's 3 trillion, and you want it in $1 bills, the $1 bills would stack all the way to the moon, over 230,000 miles away. We're starting to talk about a bit of money here, but it's not just the overall debt. When they pay for the debt, the Federal Reserve dilutes the currency, and the currency becomes worth less and less. But also what happens is our interest rates increase over time. So under George W. Bush, we went from 5 to 10 trillion, and we doubled the debt from 5 to 10 trillion. In that period of time, the interest rate was cut in half, so interest rate really wasn't a lot worse. But we finally, I believe, have lost the ability for the Federal Reserve to suppress interest rates. Interest rates have risen, and interest payments have doubled. We're on course within the next year or so to have interest rates become the largest item, pushing out and crowding out other spending in the budget. Mark my words, this $100 billion will add to that problem, and I think is absolutely an utter mistake and an insult to every American that we ignore the invasion at our southern border in order to send money overseas. I reserve the balance of my time. Just a second, Mike, I'll ask him. Can I ask the parliamentarian how much time I have remaining?
The senator has 17 minutes remaining.
Thank you.
Joe?
Of the United States Senate. More than 3 months ago, Republican members of the United States Senate made a commitment. We made a commitment to each other and to our voters and to the American people. We agreed not to send one more penny of their hard-earned money overseas to support conflicts in foreign nations until their own homeland, America's own homeland, was secured. Well, through the efforts of a faithless few, we're poised to treat our promise to Americans the same way President Biden has treated his solemn oath to protect our country's borders. Expedient, expendable, and now apparently expired. Madam President, we cannot send billions of dollars to Ukraine while America's own borders are bleeding. Heaven help us. The American people should not have to watch us every hour of every day, looking over our shoulder just to make sure that their own government doesn't stab them in the back. What have they done, after all, to deserve such contempt, such untrustworthy public servants? What grudge does this body hold against the very people who elected us? On Saturday, I spent many hours trying to make 6 different amendments to this legislation pending. Most of them, in fact, were germane to this bill. They dealt specifically with it and met the tight legal definition that we use in this body to decide whether it's pertinent to the bill, and it has certain procedural benefits and protections. If it is germane, most of mine were. And yet, again and again, I was shot down. I was told that Republicans had forfeited our right to offer any improvements, any changes to this bill, because we rejected the border proposal that we had received just a few days earlier, a week ago Sunday at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Now, my request was simple. It was not that each of my amendments be made law. No, it wasn't that. Nor was it even that I was asking that each of my amendments be included in the base text of the bill, be considered adopted as part of this, as an amendment. It wasn't that either. No, it was much, much simpler. It was that each amendment merely be permitted to be considered, debated, and possibly voted on. I came to the floor and asked consent to do this because the Senate Majority Leader, Chuck Schumer, had utilized a procedure that has unfortunately become all too common in this body, known as filling the tree. To make a long story short, to make a complicated system sound simpler, filling the tree is the means by which you say there is no space to consider amendments to this bill. We can't even make them pending because all of the slots are full. And so majority leaders have, over the last few years, become increasingly fond of filling the tree. They'll plug in a handful of amendments to the proverbial tree. One amendment changing a comma into a semicolon. Another amendment changing a date, say from September 29th to September 30th. It's usually something fairly immaterial. They're just there as space fillers, as amendment blockers, so that the Senate can't consider other amendments. There's still ways around that, and I was exploring one of those ways. You come down to the floor, you call up your amendment, you ask consent to make your amendment pending and to set aside one of the tree filling, one of the amendment blocking amendments that have been put in there by the majority leader just in order to obstruct others from having the opportunity for amendments. And so that was the simple request, merely being permitted to have these amendments considered, debated, and possibly voted upon. I had a number of amendments. There were 7 I talked about that day. There were 6 I offered up and asked consent to have made pending. Here's some of what they would have accomplished had we adopted them. One proposed to make discrete common sense changes to our immigration law in order to protect our border and to prevent traffickers from using toddlers and babies as a means to ensure that their customers would have, as a means to ensure their customers easy access into the interior of our country, notwithstanding the fact that they're entering our country illegally. That was, in fact, describes a few of my amendments. And I had at least one amendment that would make it very clear that an illegal alien who knowingly registers to vote will be subject to criminal penalties. Right now, it's nominally against the law to vote if you're not a citizen, but there are far too few teeth in that law. And this would provide some of those teeth. Now, who could be against making sure, especially when we've had record numbers of people entering our country without documentation, entering our country illegally? 10 million, according to some estimates. Some would say that it's higher than that. Some would say it's a little lower than that. Either way, we're talking about something in the neighborhood of 10 million or so entering into this country just since Joseph R. Biden became the 46th president of the United States on January 20th, 2021. It's not unreasonable as we approach a very important, very consequential election to say, let's make sure that it's citizens who are voting. And let's say that in the case of an illegal alien who knowingly registers to vote would face some penalties for that. These and other amendments that I had prepared would actually ensure border security and protect America's elections from foreign interference. Things that I think many, probably most of my colleagues profess to care about. Things that we all certainly should care about. But nonetheless, these amendments drew objections. All of them objections imposed by Democrats in the Senate to the mere consideration of these amendments. We couldn't even make the amendment pending, couldn't even consider them. I also asked that the following amendments be considered. An amendment that would allow only 2% of the funds intended for Ukraine to be released until the president delivered a strategy to Congress with specific objectives and specific timelines. This, Madam President, is not too much to ask. Not too much to ask when we've already sent $113 billion over for that war effort, and when we've got a lot of additional funding that, if this bill is enacted, would also be sent to Ukraine. If we're going to do all this, and if we're going to put American weapons on the line, if we're going to put the additional strain on those who produce our weapons on the line, if we're going to reduce our stockpiles even further, if we're going to tax and inflate the dollar additionally, as this will require us to do because we're talking about borrowed money here, then the American people should have the benefit of knowing what the strategy is. We don't have a comprehensive, coherent strategy from the administration on what they want as the outcome of our efforts, of our assistance. What does this look like? How does this conflict get brought to a peaceful, lasting conclusion? What does Ukraine look like after that long hoped for conclusion? These are reasonable things for us to expect. These are certainly reasonable things for us to debate, regardless of how eager any individual senator might be, or alternatively, how reluctant any individual senator might be about providing additional funding to Ukraine. There was another amendment prohibiting any funding for economic support for Ukraine from paying the pensions and the salaries of Ukrainian government bureaucrats, as well as paying for any Ukrainian welfare programs. We were pleased, of course, that the language of this bill contains a carve-out that prohibits the use of the roughly $8 billion we're sending over in economic support to the Ukrainian government, saying that it couldn't be used to shore up Ukrainian pensions. That was a good thing. We're glad to see that. We had feared that that would be in there. That was in the original proposal. That original suggestion by President Biden, it should be in there. And that economic relief package was originally somewhere in the neighborhood of $11 or $12 billion. It was brought down, I think, in part because of this prohibition against using it to back up pensions in Ukraine. But there's still nothing in there that prohibits Ukraine from using that for its own social welfare programs or to pay the salaries of Ukrainian bureaucrats or other civil servants. By the way, it's my understanding that this is enough money to pay them for an entire year. Now, a lot of Americans have questions, even a lot of Americans who might be okay with sending some additional military assistance to Ukraine, have reservations about paying the salaries and the social welfare benefits of the Ukrainian government for an entire year. There was another amendment that I tried to make pending that would prohibit putting American taxpayers on the hook for any reconstruction activities in Ukraine. It's understandable here, too, why there would be some concern. When we engage in nation building, this is often how an effort that begins with a promise that we'll be there for maybe a year or two, that we'll be in charge of reconstruction activities for a year or two. It can stretch into 2 decades really quickly before we know it. And unlike wars in Iraq and Afghanistan and other places where we've engaged in nation building that took way too long and way too much money from the American taxpayer, this isn't even a war that we ourselves are fighting. This isn't even a war as to which we've enacted an authorization for the use of military force for Americans to fight or a declaration of war. And so it makes it even more inappropriate for us to just assume that nation building is going to be our focus. Now, sure, there's only $25 million in this bill for that effort identified as such within that particular project of newly liberated communities or words to that effect. But this is the nose in the camel's tent. Once that begins, and if this war concludes, where I think all of us in this body want it to conclude, which is a victory for Ukraine, there's going to be a lot more of this to go on. There was a recent estimate by some global authority, it could have been with the World Bank, suggesting we're looking at something like $300 or $400 billion for Ukrainian reconstruction. Why would the United States put itself in a position here to be on the cutting edge of that, to be at the epicenter of that, as far as organizing, funding, et cetera? It's a dangerous thing to move forward with without even having a debate on a single amendment to try to limit what we would do on that front. There was also an amendment that I tried to make pending that would clarify that not only would our American taxpayer dollars stop funding UNRWA, this singularly offensive anti-Semitic, anti-Israel agency within UN. And I'm here again, I'm grateful to those who drafted the bill that at least UNRWA was excluded from US funding. Because UNRWA, as we've discovered in recent weeks, and as many of us have worried about for years, has been involved in all kinds of horrible things, not just the indoctrination of young children in Gaza, such that they were taught in UNRWA-run schools to hate Jewish people, but also encouraged to engage in acts of violence against them, and have been for years, in fact, the better part of a couple of decades. But more recently, it appears that a number of UNRWA personnel and facilities and other resources were used actively to help these attacks and those responsible for the attacks. So anyway, it's a good thing that the bill as written excludes UNRWA. But what about the other agencies? I believe there are 19 UN agencies operating within Gaza. What about those? So my amendment that I introduced last week and that I tried to make pending on Saturday would clarify that not only would US taxpayer dollars not be available to send to UNRWA specifically, but they would also no longer fund any UN organization, any UN agency operating in Gaza, ensuring that the American taxpayer dollar does not end up in the hands of Hamas. Look, these UN networks are very sophisticated, and those that operate in Gaza have, of course, worked closely in concert one with another. And to say that we're going to get rid of any risk of funding the same problems that were facilitated and materially advanced by UNRWA in the past, just by funneling them through another UN agency, is folly. And to suggest that simply by funneling it through the UN to send aid to Gaza, we're somehow going to prevent any situation in which we materially assist Hamas, it's not going to happen. I mean, look, it's difficult for us to grasp this here because fortunately, those who have grown up in this country and lived here our whole lives have never experienced anything like Gaza, present day, 21st century Gaza, in which there is no state. To say it's a failed state is almost an insult to failed states everywhere. But this is just a failure at every end. There essentially is no state. And yet, in part because there is no state, and because of the way that it rules, Hamas rules Gaza with an iron fist. Iron fist in glove. It is in control of everything. So no matter who you funnel it through, even if you don't funnel it through UNRWA, because you can't under the text of this bill, you give it to some other UN entity, it's still going to be helping Hamas. We don't want to do that. We know that October 7th, absolutely grisly. It was a sobering wake-up call to all who have witnessed it. And for those of us who have visited those areas in Israel, in southern Israel, next to Gaza, as my wife and I have in recent weeks, it is sobering, heartbreaking, breathtaking. There are not enough adjectives associated with misery and shock and horror to describe the atrocities that were carried out that awful day on October 7th. And yet October 7th is and was the tip of the iceberg compared to what they have planned. What they have planned, what they want to do, what Hamas and other Iranian proxies want to do in the region and will do when given the chance, will make what happened on October 7th look like a Sunday picnic. So we don't want to be funding that. Yet in two different accounts under this bill, there's money that could go there. There's two accounts added together, total between $9 and $10 billion. That ought to be something we're concerned about. And for my colleagues who might disagree with me on this amendment, I would ask them this: shouldn't this at least be something that we should debate? Shouldn't this at least be something we should vote on before we send it? This, like the other amendments that I've just described, the other germane amendments that I've just described, they are not dilatory. These are not reckless. These are not there to try to serve any purpose other than to, number one, make the bill less likely to inflict harm, which I think should be our first job in all of this, and also to sharpen the debate, sharpen our analysis of what it is that we want to happen. It's not too much to ask for those things to be considered. But disturbingly, my colleagues, those of them who objected and those who have supported the objectors and those who have supported cloture, even after it became clear that there was to be no debate on any of these things, have persisted in moving forward and have defended those who have done it, defended those who have ensured that we will have no meaningful debate on any of these issues, no opportunity to vote. They've rejected every safeguard, every limit, every condition that I've offered, so that we may, if we adopt them, I think these are things we could do to make sure that we're good and faithful stewards over U.S. taxpayer dollars. And, you know, these taxes that we spend all too freely here are not free. They're taken from hardworking citizens. taken from hardworking men and women who are just trying to put a roof over their head and food on the table, finding these days that since January 20th, 2021, it cost them $1,000 a month every single month just to put food on the table, gas in the car, groceries in the fridge, in the pantry, just to live. Everything from housing to healthcare, from gas to groceries, everything in between. It's all become more expensive, in large part, mostly, because our government spends routinely trillions of dollars a year now, more than it takes in every single year. And you can't do that, even when you're the world's reserve currency, which the US dollar is. By the way, we should worry about whether we're jeopardizing that too. So far, we've gotten away with it because the dollar is still the least bad deal in town. And by in town, I mean on the planet. But the more we test the limits of that, the more I think we shouldn't test the limits of it. But in any event, even when you are the world's reserve currency, there's still consequences to multi-trillion-dollar deficit spending year after year after year. It's one thing to do that in the middle of a pandemic. We now should doubt the wisdom of a lot of that, but especially because it then led to a pattern of multi-trillion-dollar deficit spending year after year since then, including this year, including times like now when we're kind of at the peak of an economic cycle. We've got really low, often record low unemployment as we've been doing this. You print and borrow and spend that much money all at once. It has the effect of just printing it. Every dollar buys less. So through the combination of taxes that many American families work weeks out of months, or if not months, often months out of every year just to pay their federal taxes. On top of that, they're taxed again when every dollar they make or have saved buys a lot less, precisely because we borrow and spend too much money. And you add insult to injury to that. After making them work that long to make the money, after then taxing them again because you spent too much money, you make it so that their money doesn't spend as far, doesn't buy as much as it used to. You add insult to injury by not even debating an amendment to make sure that their hard-earned tax dollars aren't used to kill Israelis and threaten, intimidate, perhaps kill Americans and our allies. This is really concerning. I don't understand why we would want to do this. So, we've got to make sure that we've undertaken our due diligence work properly, that we've done so faithfully. If we don't do it, the American people will be disappointed, and they should be. Look, I've not been quiet about my opposition to this bill. I do believe it betrays a promise that, as I understood it,
How long do we think
members of the
Senator
Senate
Mike Lee is
Republican
going to go
Conference
today? Like I said, on
each other
Saturday, he did
and
a
made to our
4-hour
constituents
filibuster.
and made to our colleagues across the
Bless him.
aisle and our counterparts over in the House a few months ago, a commitment that, as I understand it, was not just made months ago, but also reiterated pretty consistently over the last 2 or 3 months. And if we stayed to that, then this body wouldn't consider sending another dollar, another quarter, another dime, another nickel, another penny to Ukraine until we had passed something that actually would secure the border, that would force the issue of border security so that the issue of border security and a secure border could be realized in the near short term, in this presidency, and not at some aspirational moment somewhere in the future. We were told for months that this was the the plan, and something was negotiated on that. And I have great affection and respect for those who were involved in that on both sides of the aisle. Senator Langford is a dear friend, and he worked really hard on that. I know the other negotiators did too. They were in that room, we weren't, and for many of us, most of us, in fact, I think it ended up being all but 4 Republican senators who, after we first saw that bill at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time a week ago Sunday, looked at and decided we couldn't support it. So once that happened, it didn't somehow expunge the previous commitment. It didn't release us from the obligation we had to each other and to our voters to try to make sure that before we sent another dime to Ukraine, that we make sure that this border is secure at home, that we force the issue of border security, even as against an administration led by a president not willing to secure the border. In fact, one that's openly hostile toward border security for reasons I cannot fathom. That's the position they're taking. Were there provisions in that bill that could have made a difference? Of course there were. There were things in that bill that I think could have proven useful within an administration that wanted to make the border secure. But with an administration bent on not doing that very thing that was the object of the entire months-long negotiation process to begin with, there were enough loopholes in it that I and nearly all of my colleagues didn't believe it got us to that point. So once that happened, I believe what could and should have happened was that we as Senate Republicans would unite again behind the idea of getting something done. Put a few things, concrete things on the table. Something like one of the amendments that I offered up the other day, my Stopping Border Surges Act, which would make some surgical adjustments to immigration law, particularly those dealing with border security issues. They're narrow, they're finite. They should be things that every Republican should be able to support. We presented that and a couple of other provisions. I know I've got a colleague or two who have expressed interest in it, and I think a majority of Republicans who have indicated that they would support language that would even tie the spending of Ukraine aid to the achievement of certain objectively verifiable border security metrics. Others have suggested attaching legislation passed by the House to secure the border, H.R. 2. Not a bad idea, since we know that has the support of every Republican in the House of Representatives. Now, others have said, well, that's we know that can't pass in the Senate. Well, yeah, alone, it couldn't. Alone, I think every Republican over here has expressed support, at least for the core provisions of that. And I think every Democrat has expressed opposition to it as a whole. But once you attach it to this and make it a conditioned precedent for sending another dime to Ukraine, that might change. The whole idea from the beginning was to harness the Democrats' overwhelming support for sending more Ukraine aid, combine that with Republicans' overwhelming support for securing the border. Neither party would perhaps be pleased with the outcome, and that it would involve giving up something that we didn't want to provide. But nonetheless, it'd be a way forward. So if we were standing by that, if after 24 to 48 hours after the border deal, as it's been described in the public, was released to the public for the first time through the news media at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time a week ago Sunday, we knew within 24 to 48 hours it wasn't going anywhere. Within 72 hours, all but 4 Republicans had voted against it. Once that happened, the logical next step, consistent with the commitment that we made to each other and to the public months ago would have been to negotiate something else, perhaps including something like H.R. 2, perhaps including something like what most Republicans have said they think would be appropriate in addition to that, which would be conditioning the release of Ukraine aid to the achievement of certain objectively verifiable border security metrics. But no, rather than having any of this, we had a handful of my Republican colleagues, 12 of them now, who have chosen to move ahead with the bill, to move ahead with the quid without the quo, to move ahead with what the Democrats want, what unites Democrats, not only Democrats in the Senate, but Democrats across the country, Democrats in the House, with what they want, but without Republicans having any of what they want, at least most Republicans. So you can understand my frustration here, that if we can't have the bill we want, the next best thing would be to at least have the chance to try to amend this bill. Without something that actually forces fully the issue of border security, it's hard for me to imagine how I could even consider voting for it. For my own purposes, to say nothing of the commitment that we as a conference made to each other and to the public months ago. But if I can't defeat the bill, the next best thing I can do is to amend it, to improve it. Now, some have cynically denigrated this by saying that a lot of those wanting to offer amendments are doing so merely for dilatory purposes, or doing so for purposes that are themselves cynical, trying to destroy the bill. And in any event, these are people who don't support the bill, are not going to vote for the bill at the end of the day, and therefore shouldn't get a chance to do so. I find this argument utterly lacking in logical foundation. I find it incompatible with the Senate rules, with 2+ centuries of established tradition, to principles of basic collegiality that ought to pervade any body, much less certainly, at least any body that fancies itself the world's greatest deliberative legislative body. Think about it for a minute. If you say, unless you agree with this bill exactly as it is, and unless you are willing to agree to support the bill, regardless of which amendments pass and which do not, unless you're unequivocally willing to sign on to whatever becomes the finished product of this bill, we're not going to take into account your desire to have us consider amendments. You lose, you were excluded from the process. You're not part of the cool kids club.
Right, you're censored if you don't agree with the bill.
You have no say in it.
You're completely
we
censored.
won't even let you offer amendments, and when you try to do so, we will question the sincerity of your desire to do it. That's not fair. That's not accurate. And it completely ignores the way this or any other legislative body in any civilized society that I know anything about should operate. But look, the fact is that I and others have not been allowed to amend the bill, not just to amend it, to achieve the amendment, to achieve passage of the amendment. We haven't even been allowed to make a single amendment pending, thus putting it in line for eventual disposition, either by a roll call vote, a voice vote, a point of order, a motion to table, or any of the other myriad means by which an amendment once pending can be disposed of. None of my colleagues, neither Democrat nor Republican, have been allowed to amend it. Why not? Well, there is this misinformation circulating about why we can't amend the bill, so I'd like to correct the record. This morning it was reported by a Hill News outlet that, quote, there's still no agreement on amendment votes, in part because of Senator Rand Paul of Kentucky, close quote. Is that really what's happening? Honestly? But that same newsletter failed to note that I spent 4 hours on the floor on Saturday asking unanimous consent for 6 amendments merely to be made pending, not to pass them, not to have them adopted, merely to make them pending. I was not asking for these amendments to be passed or voted on immediately. I was just asking for them to be brought up before the Senate for consideration. The objector to my request was not Senator Paul, as this morning's reporting might have led you falsely to believe. Senator Paul was not the one blocking an amendment process. It was Senate Democrats who objected every single time to even considering any kind of amendment, even my germane amendments, which were most of the amendments that I tried to make pending. And again, a germane amendment is one that, under the rules of the Senate, is very closely connected, tightly, inextricably connected to the subject matter. It's not some extraneous thing. My Democrat colleagues said that, quote, MAGA extremists had their chance. This is what they said while objecting to the mere consideration of my amendments, implying that when Senate Republicans rejected the border bill that we saw for the first time at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time a week ago Sunday, that we forfeited our right to offer amendments of any sort, apparently not just amendments related to border security or immigration, or whether or not we should allow illegal immigrants to vote without facing some sort of penalty, but also amendments regarding where exactly the money is going to Ukraine, whether they should be able to use it for their own social welfare programs, whether or not they should be able to use it as they have in the past under similar programs, under similar money that we've sent them in the past, to pay for concert tickets for Ukrainian concert goers, to pay for the economic stability of clothing stores in Ukraine, and to pay the salaries for one entire year for every single government employee of the Ukrainian government.
Dang, we're paying their pensions, we're paying the salaries of
become
every government employee in the
principle
Ukraine.
of this body.
What the hell? Illegal immigrants are getting
That if you
food, health care,
cause something like
money,
this happened, hear that
housing.
Republicans
We the American
rejected,
citizens
all
are
but
kind of
4
getting
of us,
screwed here.
opposed the border bill that we saw for the first time a week ago Sunday at 7 p.m. We forfeited all of our rights to even offer any amendments and have those considered. When did that become the principle of this body? What insane human being commandeered our system and all of a sudden inserted that new rule? It's not in my rule book. It's not in any of the books that outline the precedents that have unfolded over the last 2.5 centuries in this country. No, not at all. When did we accept that if you disagree with the legislation before the Senate, you can't offer any amendments to make the bill better than it otherwise would be? Where is that written in the Senate rules? When did that become a custom of the Senate? I hope that my Republican colleagues would unite. If not on this bill, then at least unite to completely disavow this view, to disabuse the press and anyone watching from thinking that this is how we roll now. We really should be able to unite to completely disavow this view. Why? Well, because it'll completely trample on the rights of the minority party and disenfranchise the voters who put us here to begin with. That's a really good reason. Really good reason to make clear that it doesn't matter where you're leaning on a bill or where you might vote on the ultimate package before the Senate. You still have no less a right to try to improve the bill, to try to make sure that it's better than it is now. But I'm afraid, Madam President, some of my Republican colleagues are entertaining this view. In fact, one of my Republican colleagues who's here in the chamber today reportedly said yesterday, and I hope that he was misquoted, quote, "You don't put forth 80 amendments and say that you won't negotiate on time agreements and be taken seriously. That's what's happening here. Those folks are going to vote against it no matter what," close quote. Look, maybe there's more to the context of this. I hope there is. Perhaps there's something I'm misunderstanding.
Senator from North Carolina.
I rise to see if the gentleman from Utah will yield with the knowledge that I will provide some of my unallocated time so he can continue his comments beyond that required to answer my questions.
Will the senator yield for a question?
Yeah, without surrendering the floor, I'll yield for a question.
Thank you, Senator Lee. Senator Lee, first, I want to thank you for putting forth amendments, many of which I would like to vote for. I also want to thank you for not having the proviso that all of these amendments must be voted for without yielding any time. But Senator Lee, you mentioned about how the Senate works. I've only been here for 9 years. You've been here longer than me. But I thought it was custom, whether Democrats were in control or Republicans were in control, that when we reached a point to where we're on the bill, that a part of the process was making good faith offers of amendments like you have. And then the majority, which actually controls what we take up on the floor, would then look for at least some concession on time. But I understand that we have some members who have said no matter what, they would not be conceding any time. So just to be fair to the couple of dozen people watching C-SPAN and some of the people in the gallery, I'm just trying to understand whether or not it is clear that we have members who said under no circumstances would we negotiate any time. And it's in fact that intransigence that's making it less likely that any of the good bills that my colleagues have offered up in the Republican conference are not going to get voted on. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
Okay.
I think so.
Okay. And so may I ask another question? So I just want to be clear that generally speaking, Senator Lee, I've observed you do some extraordinary things on the floor and manage to get some very helpful measures, amendments voted on, including some of the ones today. But I do want to be clear that we're likely never going to have an opportunity to vote on those because we do have some of our colleagues who have made it very clear that they're not willing to have the puts and takes that are necessary in the world's most deliberative body to actually get an opportunity to take those votes. Is that your understanding?
Yes, essentially. I would like to respond. I hope to get the floor back soon to
yield
explain
back.
what I mean. Thank you. All right. So in the first place, yeah, you're right to point out, I have not been objecting to those. It is a common agreement and understanding that we'll reach. Not always, but much of the time we can pull together a list of amendments, put them together on a raft, so to speak. A raft that you can send out among all Senate Republicans. And if no one objects, you can vote on a handful. Maybe it's 4, maybe it's 40, maybe it's somewhere in between amendments. And then you'll set up some agreements surrounding the amount of time for each of those. I'm not sure of exactly all the details or all the reasons of those objecting, but I do understand there have been some of my colleagues who have objected to those. But I will say this, the fact that there are some who object to that, my understanding is that at least for some of them, I can't purport to speak for all of them, at least for some of them, what they were concerned about is making sure that any such raft of agreements not culminate in or create an expectation of a scenario in which we would limit the total number of amendments that could be offered, considered and voted on, or the total amount of time in which amendments could be considered, and that on that basis they were objecting. Now, I didn't arbor that particular view and wasn't making those particular objections. Nonetheless, those colleagues were not objecting to what I was doing all day on the floor on Saturday, which is calling up again and again amendments, most of which were germane to the bill, that no one on the Republican side was objecting to, not one, to having them made pending. And the only reason given that I heard on Saturday as to why they weren't allowing amendments. And what's funny about this one is that the objection as it was made was usually occurring in response to something that had nothing to do with border security as far as my amendments went. The objection I got from the Democrats who objected over and over and over again was, look, MAGA Republicans are to blame. And they rejected the border package. Therefore, they don't get any say in this bill. So this is entirely afield from that objection. This is entirely afield from what my friend and colleague, and I mean that sincerely when I call him a friend from North Carolina, was mentioning. This is different than that. These were, nobody else was here. No other live requests were being made for people who wanted to make their amendments pending. There was no reason in the world why we couldn't at least make those pending. And the fact that, yeah, some were objecting to having them pass in blocks, that's their business. I can't answer for that. But they had their reasons, and they did not object to what I was doing there. And so it really leads me to wonder why it is that anyone would imply that if you don't support the final bill, you don't get any say in the bill. You can't make your amendments pending. You can't even have your amendments considered. You can't even tee them up for consideration, for disposal, as I say, either through a roll call vote or a voice vote, or alternatively a motion to table, a motion to commit, or a point of order, or something like that. You cannot make them pending, apparently, unless you swear allegiance to the finished product, which can't yet be seen, but you're asked to assume consists of that which has been foreordained by whatever a very, very small group of senators happen to be the privileged ones to have written that. I'd like to continue my remarks if I could.
If at the end of the, I would ask if at the end of Senator Lee's remarks, if he
Senator
would
from
yield to
Utah
a question.
actually has the floor, Senator.
My inquiry to Senator Lee was whether or not he would yield at the end of his comments for a question.
Will the senator yield for a question?
Go ahead and ask your question. At some point, I'd like to be able to continue my thoughts without being interrupted. Go ahead.
Madam President, I just want to make the point that I've actually seen a number of amendments that Senator Lee has made that I'd like to vote on. And I don't believe that there's anyone here who's making a judgment about whether or not he should get the amendments, whether or not he's going to vote for the final passage of the bill. I just want to restate again whether or not he's aware that we're not getting on any amendments, probably a handful that would be his, because of objections offered by our colleagues. And I just wanted to make that point. It has nothing to do with where he will ultimately vote on the bill. It has to do with the intransigence of some of our members who simply won't seek agreement, which is how we operate in the Senate. Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Senator Lee.
Okay, a couple of things. First of all, it's still beside the point. I get that. I appreciate the observation made by my friend, my distinguished colleague, the senator from North Carolina. I really do. It still misses the point. I was still here. I still sought to have my amendments made pending on a half dozen amendments, most of which were germane, on Saturday. There was no reason why we couldn't make those pending. There was nobody objecting. The same senators who were objecting to other amendments were not objecting to these. And I don't know what that has to do with. Secondly, it was my understanding when I agreed to entertain the first of those questions and to yield for a question that it would not count against my time. And I would ask consent that not.
Without objection.
All right. Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that any Republican senator be allowed to call up amendments and that the tree be set aside.
Do we have an objection? Objection is heard.
Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that any senator from either party be allowed to call up amendments and that the tree be set aside.
Is there objection? The
Madam
objection
President,
is heard.
I ask unanimous consent that any Democratic senator be allowed to call up amendments and the tree be set aside for that purpose.
Is there objection? Objection is heard.
Now, this is interesting. This is interesting what's happened. They're now opposed even to Democratic senators calling up amendments and making those pending. Why is that? Well, it appears to be, again, this consolidation of power. Look, the American people have lost enormous power in recent years, Madam President. They have lost enormous powers. Power has been taken away from them in at least three steps. First, it's taken away from them as power is brought away from states and local governments, where most of the power under our federal system is supposed to reside, consistent with both the original text of the Constitution and the 10th Amendment. Second, Once that power has been brought here to Washington, it's been outsourced and moved away from the American people. And yet another step, lawmaking power gets shifted from elected lawmakers over to unelected, unaccountable bureaucrats. Third, even where the power resides and remains within this body, once it's been moved here, in many cases where it shouldn't be, it's been consolidated excessively to a few. Here in the Senate, I often refer to this as the firm, the law firm of Schumer and McConnell. Very often we consolidate power in the hands of the few. Legislative leaders put together a bill very much like this. In fact, this very bill. And then nobody allows, apparently by agreement, for anybody to get votes on anything. Even when we try to throw it open, we try to say anybody in this body gets to have their amendments made pending. They're told no. And then even after we make a request that just Democratic senators have that time, they're told no. Look, this is not how it's supposed to work. This is not how it's supposed to work at all. The American people are excluded from a process insofar as we all point to someone else. The American people must not be excluded from this process. And when they are, bad things happen. Today, this might be a bill that you like. Tomorrow, it might be a bill you don't like. Majorities can change. Republican Senate leadership within the Senate may change. And when it changes, you might not like the precedent that you yourself have set when you try to exclude people just because they disagree with your ultimate outcome of the bill. This isn't right. The Senate was set up to be a different sort of deliberative legislative body. Part of what makes it deliberative is that each state is represented equally, and there's a type of comity that naturally arises out of that understanding of what differentiates us from the House. A type of comity that survived and thrived for more than 2 centuries. It's been eroded materially in recent years. And by recent years, I mean very recent years. It's gotten significantly worse, even in the 13 short years that I've spent in the United States Senate. I hope we can turn it around. Madam President, may I ask how much time remains on my account after the deduction for the interruption?
The senator has 8 minutes remaining.
Okay. Seeing that I have 8 minutes remaining, I'd like to reserve the balance of those minutes so that I can come back as necessary. Thank you.
Madam President.
Senator from Ohio.
Thank you, Madam President. I come to debate and to make an argument about whether we should continue funding Ukraine indefinitely, because this country and this United States Senate has not actually had much of an argument about whether we should continue to fund Ukraine indefinitely. It has become extremely commonplace among advocates for further Ukraine funding to frame this as the courageous against the partisan, those who in America's, in Ukraine, apparently's moment of need, are expressing the great spirit of patriotism that animated us in World War II and other moments of great world conflict. And that those who don't want to send another $61 billion to Ukraine, well, we're just the knuckle draggers. We're the people who are listening to the base. We're the people who are listening to the media, ignoring that so many of us have been criticizing America's Ukraine policy from the get-go, when both the media and the base was much more supportive than they are today. One of the most preposterous arguments that I hear in defense of our policy in Ukraine is that it is bipartisan, that the experts know better. Perhaps Senator J.D. Vance doesn't know what the Joint Chiefs of Staff do. Perhaps the Republican base doesn't know what the experts in national security do. Maybe they, with their knowledge and their training and their intelligence briefings access, know something that the American people don't. So while the American people have grown more and more skeptical of this conflict, perhaps it makes sense that we should actually listen to the experts. And where have we heard that argument? So many times in the last many decades have we been asked to listen to the experts. And yet, we never actually ask what the track record of those experts is in matters of foreign policy. The experts, the bipartisan consensus, of course, got us into Vietnam, a war that lasted nearly 15 years that saw the destruction of nearly 60,000 American lives, and for what? It was the bipartisan foreign policy consensus, the experts, that got us into a 20-year war in Afghanistan, where American taxpayers for 2 decades funded things like how to turn Afghanistan into a flowering democracy, or how to ensure that the Afghans had proper American thoughts about gender in the 21st century. Well, maybe that was a waste of money, and maybe the experts were wrong. Those same experts, of course, counseled us that we must invade Iraq because Iraq has weapons of mass destruction, and yet Iraq had no weapons of mass destruction, and the war led not only to the destruction of 5,000 American lives and many, many hundreds of thousands of innocent people beyond that, but also led to the regional empowerment of Iran, which now we are told by those same experts is the biggest problem that we face in the Middle East. Now those experts have a new crusade. Now those experts have a new thing that American taxpayers must fund, and must fund indefinitely, and it is called the conflict in Ukraine. Now we, at least most of us, I think, in this body, nearly all of us, I would hope, do not think that Ukraine deserved to be invaded. We certainly don't think that what has befallen the innocent civilians of Ukraine was deserved. We condemn it, as we should. But we have to ask ourselves, what are we doing there, not how we feel about it? What is our objective there, not how sad we feel about what's befallen the innocent civilians? We have to engage in what the bipartisan experts have failed to engage in for 50 years, a conversation about strategy, asking very specific, very discrete questions about what it is that we're doing there. What are we trying to accomplish? How long will it take to accomplish these things? And for how many millions or billions or trillions of dollars are we in for before we can accomplish these things? Now, I've heard any number of explanations from my colleagues who support our policy in Ukraine about what it is that we're trying to do. At the beginning of the war especially, you hear this argument far less, but at the beginning of the war especially, you would hear an argument that we had to throw Vladimir Putin back to the 1991 borders. Well, we don't hear that argument so much anymore. Why? Because it was preposterous then, and it's preposterous now. Ukraine is a country that now has about 28 million people. That's after many hundreds of thousands have died in the war, and many, many millions have left the country, probably permanently beyond that. Russia, by comparison, has 160 million people and has the industrial capacity to make many, many more times artillery shells and other critical weapons per day. So against that Leviathan in Eastern Europe, we are told somehow that the Ukrainians can win. Well, again, what is victory? We know now that throwing Russia back to the 1991 borders is preposterous. No one, not even the inner circle of Zelensky's own cabinet, makes that argument. They did a few months ago, but they don't make that argument anymore. So what is victory? And when you talk to people, both in public and in private, the actual thing that you can piece together that we're trying to do is to send enough weapons and send enough money to the Ukrainians until something good happens, until maybe the Russians get sick of the conflict and they come to the negotiating table. That's one opportunity to end this war that we're told, is that if we just keep on going and we show our resolve, then Vladimir Putin will come to the negotiating table. And yet, if you listen to former German Chancellor Gerhard Schroeder, or you listen even to some of the ministers in Zelensky's government, or certainly if you listen to a number of other Western European allies, they will say that Russia was willing to come to the negotiating table at the beginning of 2022, after the war had stalemated from the Russian perspective and after the Ukrainians had shown some real bravery and some real resolve. Now, it's not just Vladimir Putin who says this. It's virtually everyone who has ever talked about this moment in the conflict, and they will say that British Prime Minister Boris Johnson, backed by any number of leaders within the American security apparatus, basically said, tell Vladimir Putin to shove it. The Ukrainians are winning, the Russians are losing, so we'll just keep this war going for as long as it takes. So we had the opportunity to negotiate back in 2022, and if we had taken it, here's what would have happened. Many fewer hundreds of thousands of Ukrainians would have died. Many fewer innocent civilians would have lost their lives, their homes, their livelihoods. And a war in Eastern Europe that has put stresses on everything from food supply to energy prices would have concluded. So we're trying to get Vladimir Putin to the negotiating table. We don't have a pathway for how to do it, by the way. We just think that's a good thing, and we're going to try to do it if we continue to throw money. But yet that same negotiating table was on the offer about 18 months ago, and we told them to go shove it. Okay, so negotiating table, that seems to not be a realistic end goal if we just continue to funnel money and resources. So what is the end goal here? It is astonishing that not a single person from Joe Biden on down can actually articulate what another $61 billion can do. They'll tell you what it won't do. They'll tell you what the absence of $61 billion will do. But how weird is it that they want to send $61 billion to America, to America's ally, Ukraine, and they can't actually tell you what it's supposed to accomplish, what this will accomplish that the previous $120 billion didn't. So first, we have a complete absence of strategy, a complete failure for the President of the United States to articulate what we're going to do. I try to imagine what it would have been as an American citizen if on December the 8th, 1941, Franklin Roosevelt stood before the country and said, "The Japanese have attacked us. It is a day that will live in infamy, and so we're going to send money for as long as it possibly takes with no articulation of what we're going to do, of what the battle plan is, of where we're fighting, of what we're going to have our manufacturing base try to accomplish. We're just going to send money and hope that eventually these guys come to the negotiating table." That is the equivalent of what we're doing at this moment in time with this particular conflict.
Absolutely.
Now, I mentioned just now our manufacturing base. So let's talk about the costs of this conflict. We know there's no strategy. We know there's no plan to do anything other than just to funnel more and more money and more resources. What are the costs of continuing our posture in Ukraine? Well, let's go through them. And let me just make an observation about costs, about actually thinking about costs and considering the consequences of our actions. You know, it used to be common in American statesmanship that we'd hear this phrase, "speak softly and carry a big stick." The idea was be smart in your strategic decisions, be willing to hit back and hit back hard if you have to, but don't bluster, don't brag, don't pretend that you can do things that you can't. And a fundamental part of American statesmanship, I think, is asking ourselves, what is it that we are costing ourselves by continuing to fund this war? Well, you've heard some of my colleagues talk about this already. We've got $61 billion on top of $34 trillion in debt. Can we actually afford to send another $61 billion to Ukraine? Can we afford to send the $100 billion that will be requested at some point next year? Can we afford the hundreds of billions of dollars of reconstruction costs that we've effectively committed ourselves to by funding the war in Ukraine indefinitely? You already hear these people like vultures with a carcass talking about how much money they're going to make on the reconstruction of Ukraine. And I ask myself, why are we destroying the country in the first place, given that we know the war is at a stalemate and American diplomacy could plausibly bring it to a close? Now, here's another thing that this is costing us, something that doesn't get talked about nearly enough in this chamber, but I'm reminded of the only time that I have ever been in the White House with a sitting president of the United States. It was about a week before the inauguration of Donald Trump and Mike Pence, and so I was there with President Barack Obama. I think it's important never to reveal confidences of private conversations, but he said something that was extremely interesting and I didn't expect to hear from a Democratic president. What he said is that the refugee crisis in Europe in 2015 would take down a number of liberal governments. Now, me as a conservative, I might not care about liberal governments going down, but I thought it was interesting that a theoretically pro-immigration guy, a guy much more committed to the cause of open borders than almost any Republican I know, would say that when you have wide open borders and when you have uncontrolled migration, it destabilizes governments. Well, of course, the former president is exactly right. Refugee crises do destabilize governments. Why are we not talking about the fact that in multiple countries in Southern Europe right now, they are being overwhelmed with people, not bad people, by the way. Most of them are just looking for food to feed their family or a job with a decent wage. But we're witnessing the beginning of what I will believe will become the biggest refugee crisis in the history of the world. Why? Because in Africa, which has 1.5 billion people, most of whom have a standard of living much lower than what we have in the United States of America, you have grain prices through the roof, wheat prices through the roof, barley prices through the roof. And as anybody who is advocating an endless war in Ukraine asked, what happens when 1.5 billion starving people start to move north to look for some food? You don't have to make any moral judgments about the plight that they will go on. You should make a moral judgment about the people in this building who refuse to think about the unintended consequences of their actions. Are we really willing to have over 1 billion people starving, trying to pour into the borders of Europe and the United States of America? Are we really willing to set up a refugee crisis, the likes of which the world has never been seen? And if we do that, what effect will it have on our allies in Europe? What effect will it have in our own country? What effect will it have for millions of American citizens who are already dealing with the consequences of an overwhelmed southern border? And I want to talk about that overwhelmed southern border in a second, but I want to keep talking about the unintended consequences of the war in Ukraine. Another unintended consequence is, what do energy prices look like all over the world? We have no idea who blew up the Nord Stream 2 pipeline. We can have some guesses, but it isn't kind of weird and isn't it unusual for our European allies to have had their most important fuel artery destroyed, and they seem totally uninterested in asking questions about it. We already know that governments like those in Poland, like those in Slovenia, like those in a number of other allied countries across Europe are under an extraordinary amount of stress because fuel prices are so high. The country of Hungary, which has 10 million people, took in nearly 1 million Ukrainian refugees, an important American ally by any standard, and yet they are facing skyrocketing energy prices because of the war between Russia and Ukraine. What effect does it have on the many millions of people who are living over there? What effect does it have on America's national security when we take down a number of allied governments because the people there can't afford food and can't afford energy? That is another unintended consequence. And while we're talking about the unintended consequence of energy prices in Europe, let's ask a very important question about why we're here. Now, my Democratic friends on the other side of the aisle act like Ukraine is the most significant issue confronting our country. You see the Ukrainian flag lapel pins. You see the way that people talk about it on social media. There is a species of American liberal who thinks that the Ukraine war is the most important thing confronting our country. But it's not so important that they will pursue common sense American energy policies. The reason why Russia is so powerful on the world stage today is one reason: because of stupid American and European energy policies. Preposterous energy policies that drive up the cost of natural gas. So while we, with the one hand, send $61 billion to Ukraine, we pursue a set of energy policies that drive up the cost of natural gas and enrich the Russian oligarchs who are paying for the war. We are literally paying for both sides of the war. The Russian side with dumb energy policy and $61 billion to Ukraine direct with American taxpayer subsidy. That is another unintended consequence. And my Republican friends, who I assume all of them agree with me on the idiocy of our modern energy policies in 2023 and 2024, why are they supporting a conflict that in fact is a cover for those energy policies? If they really cared about Ukraine as much as they say they did, perhaps they should force the President of the United States to stop enriching Russian oligarchs with terrible energy policy. But we're not doing that. We're going to continue to fund both sides of this war, and I guess that's just the way that it's going to be. Let's talk about another unintended consequence of our Ukraine policy. We are, at this very moment, incredibly stressed in how many weapons we can manufacture. I tell this statistic to people, and they're sometimes surprised by it. The first time that I heard it, I was surprised by it. America, if you measure it by GDP, is, of course, the largest economy in the world, and we are 10 times the size of the Russian economy. And yet, the most important weapon in Eastern Europe today are 155 millimeter artillery shells. It's one of the reasons why 400,000 Ukrainians, that's the best estimate, have died during this conflict, is because the Russians have an incredible advantage in artillery. So you ask yourself, we're 10 times the size of the Russian economy. How many artillery shells do we make in a month, and how many artillery shells do the Russians make in a month? Well, we make in a month about 30,000 artillery shells. That's up from about 20,000 artillery shells a month at the beginning of the conflict. Guess how many the Russians make? They make about 25,000 artillery shells a day. So in a month, the United States, the biggest economy in the world, makes weapons at a rate per month that the Russians are able to meet in a single day. Well, one thing that suggests to me is that GDP numbers are awfully fake. If you can't produce weapons to defend your own people, then you can't pretend that your economy is as strong as you might like to think. Unfortunately, for Wall Street, we cannot fight wars with dollars and derivatives. We need weapons. We need bullets. We need artillery shells. We need missiles, and America doesn't make nearly enough of those. Not for our own security, and certainly not enough to support both the Ukraine conflict and, God forbid, a conflict that might occur in East Asia. So let's specify that a little bit more. We're right now depleting critical munitions, missiles, artillery shells, and bullets faster than we can replenish them, and then we send them to Ukraine. I'm sorry, why does that make an ounce of sense for our own national security? Shouldn't we rebuild our own manufacturing capacity before we spend all of it on Ukraine? Shouldn't we make more of our own weapons and gain some self-sufficiency in weapons manufacturing before we send all of those resources to Ukraine? The answer of the United States Senate is apparently not. So on issue after issue after issue.
Madam President,
Senator from North Carolina.
I'm inquiring to see if the gentleman from Ohio would yield to a question about this subject matter.
Will the gentleman yield?
I'm happy to yield, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Vance. Senator Vance, this appropriations bill that's before us, I just want to make sure that I've got my facts right. I believe that there's $35 billion to restore U.S. military readiness and modernization. I also believe that, and please correct me if I'm wrong, that for every dollar we're sending to Ukraine, we're appropriating about $2.50 to make sure that we backfill and cover. There are a lot of bad and unintended consequences to this conflict. One of the good ones is learning before we have to defend ourselves that we are grievously out of step with manufacturing capacity. And it is my understanding that $35 billion, about half of the money that's being appropriated to Ukraine, is actually being appropriated back to the industrial base and for Patriot missile manufacturing, a number of other vulnerabilities that we found. We're trying to address it. Do I have a correct understanding of that?
To my colleague from North Carolina, before I answer that question, Madam President, can I inquire to how much time I have?
And Madam President, I would also like to state that I have time that I will, in response to my question, I will yield my time for the purposes of you allowing to have time beyond the answer to the question.
The senator from Ohio has 40 minutes remaining.
So, Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that the only time used by the senator from North Carolina be debited to his post-cloture time, and that to answer his question, we not have time deducted from my account.
Is there objection? Without objection.
Thank you, Madam President. So, to my colleague and friend from North Carolina, I want to answer that question. So, the senator is right that this legislation contains a lot of resources. I think $35 billion is the number that he used to rebuild the American industrial base. And I have no reason to object that number. I know that some people have had more time with this legislation than I have, but I believe, based on my own review, that that number is correct. But we have to ask ourselves not just how much money is going to rebuild our industrial base, but combined with presidential drawdown authority, how much of that will then be just redirected to Ukraine? My understanding is that given the current authorizations and given the current appropriations, while a lot of this money will go, and I'm glad that it will go, to places like Ohio and Alabama to manufacture weapons, those weapons will then be mostly sent to Eastern Europe because we're currently spending resources and munitions in Eastern Europe at a rate that is far faster than our industrial base's ability to replenish them. So what will happen in effect is that we will make the weapons, and literally faster than we can make them, they will then go out the door to Eastern Europe, unless, of course, in the next few months or the next couple of years, the conflict ends. So the gentleman's question is well taken, but it actually doesn't address the core concern that we're depleting munitions much faster than we can replenish them. And I want to just on one final point here, if I may, and I'll be quick because I know that I'm on borrowed time here. The question of whether we should rebuild our industrial base is something my friend and I agree on, and I think most of my colleagues here in the United States agree on. The more difficult question is, what do we do in the interim? It will take years to get our industrial base to the point, maybe 3 years, maybe 5 years, to get our industrial base to the point where it could support a war in Eastern Europe and a war in East Asia simultaneously. We don't debate the need to rebuild our industrial base. The question is, what do we do in the interim? And I think in the interim, continuing to support the Ukraine war indefinitely is a terrible, terrible mistake.
We're actually
Madam
involved
President,
in
I suppose I could go back on my own clock.
God forbid any of
I
those
don't know what I'm
come
supposed
to
to say
us
here,
here
but-
in the U.S.
The senator
It's
will
a great
resume.
possibility.
Thank you,
with
Madam
an
President. I
open
appreciate your
border
charity.
and people
And I appreciate
flowing
you having
in,
to sit up there and
that we
listen to
wouldn't
me.
have the defenses that we would need.
Members of our gallery chose this, but some of us did not, so I appreciate you and my staff. But let me keep on going here
That too.
on how we got here. I've articulated to the best of my ability why I think we don't have a strategy here, and why I think it's important for us to actually articulate a strategy, what it means for us to not have that strategy, and importantly, the unintended consequences of continued conflict in Eastern Europe, backstopped by the American taxpayer. But I want to talk about the politics of this. Not long ago, or I should say, not long after Russia invaded Ukraine, I made an observation that frustrated a lot of my friends who advocate for continual conflict in Ukraine. I said, how can we support a war in Ukraine? How can we defend Ukraine's borders when we're not even defending our own American border under the presidency of Joe Biden? And the response that came back went something like this, and I'll paraphrase it as much as I can. America can walk and chew gum at the same time. A great power should, in theory, be able to support an ally in Eastern Europe while at the same time securing its own southern border. And I think the events of the last week have revealed just how preposterous that argument is. We clearly are not able to walk and chew gum at the same time. And in fact, if we were able to walk and chew gum at the same time, we would secure our border first, and we would have done it weeks or months ago, but certainly we would have done it this past week. Now, here's the basic political dynamic that unfolded, and I know my colleague from Kentucky has discussed this, so have others. The basic political dynamic that unfolded is the Republicans in the Senate said, we want border security. That is the issue around which Republicans are unified. We want border security, and of course, the Democrats are in charge. The Democratic leader is the majority leader of the Senate. We have a Democratic president. So, what do the Democrats want? What unites the Democrats that doesn't unite us? And the answer came back, Ukraine. The Democrats want to send $61 billion to Ukraine. The Republicans want to secure the border. And there was the root of a potential compromise. In divided government, sometimes you have to make compromises. Nobody's happy, but there was a potential compromise that could be made. And here's how the argument went. If we're going to send $61 billion to Ukraine, we should do it first in tiers. We shouldn't send it all at once. We should stagger it out a little bit. And the reason we should do that is to ensure that Joe Biden actually keeps his promise and enforces the American southern border. In other words, we tell the president that you don't get another dime of American taxpayer money for Ukraine unless you bring illegal border crossings at the level they were during the presidency of Donald Trump. That, to me, was the negotiation as it was set up by the Republican conference. That was the understanding that me and so many of my colleagues in the Republican conference had. And of course, that negotiation could go many places. It could go a place that might make Democrats uncomfortable. It could go a place that might make some of my Republican friends uncomfortable. In theory, to get a deal, it would sort of get everybody a little uncomfortable, but you'd be able to get 60 senators to pass it and send it on to the House. Well, that's not what happened. What was produced instead was a secret negotiation where Republican senators, by and large, had very, very little input in the process and where we had no idea what was actually in the final package. We heard it through rumor and through conversations with friends, but immigration law is complicated. What a colleague, even a well-meaning colleague, tells you exists in a piece of immigration law doesn't matter nearly as much as the text of the actual immigration law. So that text finally dropped on Sunday of last week. I believe February 4th, that legislation dropped. A 370-page piece of legislation that would commit many, many billions of dollars to Ukraine, a few $billion to East Asia, a few $1 billion to Israel, and a few $1 billion combined with some policy changes at the American southern border. Now, here's the problem. It actually inflamed some of the worst. When you read the text, you realize that it inflames some of the problems that make the southern border crisis the worst. Let's just walk through a few of those. Number one, parole. The last Democratic president, Barack Obama, paroled approximately 5,000 illegal aliens per year. That's 5,000 per year. Joe Biden, in 3 years, has paroled between 600,000 and close to 1 million illegal aliens per year. That is not a typo or an overstatement. So Joe Biden radically increased parole authority, and that doesn't just have the direct effect of making nearly 1 million illegal aliens legal. It also has a secondary effect, because if you are in Central America or you're anywhere in the world and you would like to come to America and not go through the proper channels, now all of a sudden the clarion call has gone out. Joe Biden has thrown open the southern border, and if you come across illegally, he will parole you close to 1 million times per year, when the last Democrat did it 5,000 times per year. That is the first effect of Joe Biden's parole, and our great border compromise did nothing to limit Joe Biden's parole authority. Number two, another problem with our border law is that it has been manipulated so that we turn so-called illegal aliens into so-called asylum seekers. Here's how it works. We, of course, want to be a country that's welcoming to those who are fearing persecution. So if you come into this country as an economic migrant and you come illegally, you come having not followed the laws of this country, you can claim asylum. And if your asylum claim is granted, you immediately receive amnesty and you are on the track to becoming a citizen of this country, even though you never followed the law to get into the country in the first place. The other effect of our the other effect of our problematic asylum laws is that even if the asylum claim is not granted, you can be released into the country for a period of years, sometimes even decades, before an immigration judge hears your claim. So let's say you're an economic migrant. You show up at the American southern border. You say that I am an asylum claimant fearing persecution, and an administrative official from Customs and Border Patrol says, well, we have to adjudicate your asylum claim. You can't do that right now. So what we'll do is ask an immigration judge to hear that claim in 12 years. You're free to hang out in America for the next 12 years. Well, that is an effective amnesty. And again, it sends a message all across the world that America is open for business and we can have a wide open southern border. That's what it does. This particular legislation actually made that problem worse. Now, on the one hand, it tried to increase the standard for granting asylum from a credible fear standard to a reasonable fear standard. But importantly, it changed the people who were enforcing that standard from immigration judges to CIS officers at the United States Customs and Immigration Services. These are people who are widely believed to have some of the most pro-asylum views within the United States government. So millions of people could come across the southern border, claim asylum, and have their claim granted unilaterally. That would put them on the pathway to citizenship. That would put them in a competitive posture with American citizens for jobs and for other important benefits. And yet, this legislation trying to fix the border actually made the asylum process worse. So here we are with a border compromise that actually makes the border security problems in this country worse. And let me just say, what we would need to do if we really wanted to secure the border is very simple. We just have to make Joe Biden do it. He has the tools necessary. He has the legal authority necessary to secure the border. The real debate, whether you're using Ukraine money as leverage or something else, is how do we force Joe Biden to do his job? This legislation didn't do that. It didn't even come close to doing that. And so most Republicans rejected it. So now here we are, an hour after the first foray of border security negotiations, the first volley where Democrats give us border security and Republicans give $61 billion in Ukraine. And what happens? It doesn't succeed. For the reasons I just articulated, the gross majority of my Republican colleagues didn't like that proposal, and so it got dropped. And what you might expect happen in a good faith negotiation that was actually about the border, if we were actually trying to secure the border, you might have said, this is not the Democrats' best offer. Let's go back to the negotiating table. Let's continue to push for border security because that is the most pressing crisis that we face as a country. And what happened instead is after an hour, Senate Democrats and even some in Republican leadership decided that we should move on from border security. They had checked the box. Now let's move on to their real priority, which is sending another $61 billion to Ukraine. It stinks to high heaven, ladies and gentlemen. No one who watched this process unfold believes that Republican leadership negotiated in good faith for border security or that Democrats did the same. It was always kabuki theater. It was always an excuse to say, we tried on the border, now let's move on to the thing that really matters, which is the money for Ukraine. And that failure, the way that it blew up in the faces of our leadership and the appearance gave lie to the idea that this was ever really about border security. And by the way, it alienated millions of Republican and independent voters who want their government to focus on the most pressing problem for this country, and that is the border. When I go back home to Ohio and I talk to audiences about their views on Ukraine, most people agree with me, but some people disagree with me. But if you go to an audience in the state of Ohio, a state that is affected tragically by the fentanyl problem, where you will drive on highways and see billboards for sex trafficking victims to call the hotline because they're being sex trafficked in the state of Ohio by Mexican drug cartels who have been given free rein at the southern border. If you talk to people and ask them, what are the most pressing problems the country faces? None of them will say Ukraine. Even those who would like to send more money to Ukraine, none of them will say Ukraine. So what are we doing? Why did we give up so easily? Why did Republicans stab their voters in the back? Why did we not fight for border security? Ladies and gentlemen, that's exactly what we promised we would do. Many of us did, by the way. Even some of my colleagues who disagree with me on the Ukraine question, they at least had the courage to stand and fight for border security, but unfortunately, far too many Republicans refused. And so we are where we are. Now, let me just make an argument about where we are on this particular border situation. We have millions of people coming into the country illegally every single year. We have hundreds of thousands dying just in the first 3 years of Joe Biden's term of fentanyl overdoses. We have a president who has invited the opening of the American southern border, and now we are living with the consequences. The American people know that this was the direct result of Joe Biden's policies, and they know that he could stop it. So let's debate real border security that actually forces the president to do exactly that. There are a number of options on the table. You will sometimes hear some of my Democratic colleagues and even some in Republican leadership say, we can't have a bill because Donald Trump doesn't want us to have a bill. That if we advance common sense border security, Donald Trump would destroy it. That is the furthest thing from the truth. In fact, just last week, Donald Trump proposed a border security bill that would force Joe Biden to secure the southern border. You may agree or disagree with the policy, but the idea that there is no policy that would get Republican buy-in, including at the top of the Republican ticket, is preposterous. It's something that does not exist in reality. Madam President, how much time do I have left?
The senator has 25 minutes remaining.
Great. So I've given my spiel here, and I want to get a little bit into the details of what we're trying to accomplish here and how we might try to accomplish it. Let's first start with a conversation about the American southern border. I want to read a piece from the Washington Post, an argument that I want to read and then I want to respond to. Having failed to convince the American people that a blank check to Ukraine President Volodymyr Zelensky is in their interest, the Ukraine First Caucus now claims the aid primarily benefits American workers. Mark A. Thiessen, who drafted an op-ed to this point, exemplified the pivot. This is disingenuous and dangerous, and this is partially in response to some of the arguments that I've heard earlier. We cannot rebuild our industrial base by building capacity and sending all of it to Ukraine. It doesn't make sense. Now, we support increasing defense spending and building up our defense industrial base, as expansion of our military manufacturing capacity benefits American workers and bolsters our national security. Washington is more focused on sending our limited military stockpiles to a conflict in Ukraine with no clear path to victory. The Biden administration's new message fails to account for grave shortages in our stockpiles. Thanks to nearly 2 years of mission in Ukraine, the United States is perilously unready for any additional contingency. Anything with solid rocket motors is in short supply. Solid rocket motors are the rocket motors that power so many of the critical missile systems that we need. And whether it's Javelins or Stingers or Patriot missiles, we are critically in short supply of not just the missiles themselves, but of some of the components that are necessary for building those missiles, including the SM-6s that would be needed in the Pacific. The high demand for Stingers, Javelins, and Patriot interceptors in Ukraine means we are desperately short of the weapons that would be needed in Taiwan. Replenishing them is going to take years. And I'm going to just pause here to make an observation. One of the arguments my friends make in defense of $61 billion to Ukraine is that we need to send a message to Vladimir Putin that if we give up and walk away from the Ukrainian battlefield, even though the leader of Ukraine's own military until recently said they had no chance of victory on that battlefield, if we give up, then it will send a message to Xi Jinping, the leader of China, that we are not a steadfast ally. What they're arguing, in effect, is that it will weaken American deterrence, that process by which we prevent our enemies and our adversaries from doing things that we don't want them to. Well, in classical foreign policy circles, deterrence is the combination of, on the one hand, resolve, and on the other hand, capacity. And they're making an argument about resolve. They're saying that if we show weakness to Xi, we will be showing a weakening of American resolve. We'll show that America can't stand in there and fight the fight. And look, I'm obviously a critic of further aid to Ukraine, but it is true that American resolve is important, and we should do everything that we can to show American resolve. But you know what's more important than American resolve? You know what's more important than thumping our chest like eighth graders on a playground and saying, we're tough, we're strong, we can do it? What's much stronger than that is to actually have the capacity to defend ourselves and our allies. And that is what is so weak. Xi Jinping does not care how tough America acts. He cares how strong America is. And if we use our ammunition, our missiles, our artillery on a war in Eastern Europe, if we don't even have the bullets to defend ourselves and our allies, it doesn't matter how tough we act. Xi will do whatever he wants all over the world, and that's what this is ultimately about. We are trying to rebuild our country. What do we do in the interim? What do we actually do when our country is in a weak enough place because of decisions made over 30 or 40 years? I find it interesting that so many of the people, from the news commentators to my Senate colleagues, Republican and Democrat, who actively advocated shipping our industrial base to East Asia and Mexico, are now the people who are most fervently advocating for endless war in Ukraine. Here's the game they played. Send all of our weapons manufacturing, send all of our defense industrial base, send it everywhere but the United States of America. And now that America is in a tough spot, we should fight every conflict everywhere, even though we don't make the weapons that we need to support those conflicts. And why don't we make those weapons? It's because these guys encouraged us to ship our industrial base overseas. Those of you who are students of history will have heard the term arsenal of democracy. America was the arsenal of democracy. We won World War II, not because of chest thumping, not because we showed the strongest resolve, but because we had the strongest people and the strongest economy in the world. So at a time when America faces a number of problems, including the southern border here at home, at a time when we are weaker in manufacturing capacity than we've been at any time in the last half century, this is the point when these people want to send unlimited weapons to Ukraine. This is the point where they want to send weapons not just to Ukraine, but to many theaters all across the world. Let's have an honest conversation about the decisions that have been made and how they've made this country weaker. Let's not pretend that weakness doesn't exist and send an unlimited number of weapons to Ukraine in the interim. Now, I want to move on to another argument, but before I do, I am mindful of something that's very close to my heart personally. I have 3 beautiful children. I have a 6-year-old baby boy named Ewan, not so much of a baby anymore. I have a 2-year-old baby named Mirabelle, who is still very much a baby. I love her very much. And I have a little guy named Vivek Gabriel Vance, who was 3 years old yesterday, but turned 4 today. And I'm sorry, Vivek, that I can't be with you for your birthday dinner, but I want you to know that Daddy loves you very much. And I'm going to read this into the record because maybe you can watch it at home. Oh, the Places You'll Go by Dr. Seuss. Oh, the places you'll go. Congratulations. Today is your day. You're off to great places. You're off and away. You have brains in your head. You have feet in your shoes. You can steer yourself in any direction you choose. You're on your own and you know what you know, and you are the guy who will decide where to go. You'll look up and down streets, look them over with care. About some you will say, I don't choose to go there. With your head full of brains and your shoes full of feet, you're too smart to go down any not so good street. And you may not find any you'll want to go down. In that case, of course, you'll head straight out of town. It's opener there in the wide open air. Out there things can happen, and frequently do, to people as brainy and footsy as you. And when things start to happen, don't worry, don't stew. Just go right along, you'll start happening too. Oh, the places you'll go. You'll be on your way up. You'll be seeing great sights. You'll join the high flyers who soar to great heights. You won't lag behind because you'll have the speed.
I want to see
You'll
the
pass the
pictures.
whole gang, and you'll soon take the lead. Wherever you fly, you'll be the best of the best. Wherever you go, you'll top all the rest. Except when you don't, because sometimes you won't. I'm sorry to say, but sadly it's true, that bang-ups and hang-ups can happen to you. You can get all hung up in a prickly perch, and your gang will fly on. You'll be left in a lurch. You'll come down from the lurch with an unpleasant bump, and the chances are then that you'll be in a slump. And when you're in a slump, you're not in for much fun. Unslumping yourself is not easily done. You'll come to a place where the streets are not marked. Some windows are lightened, but mostly they are dark. A place you could sprain both your elbow and your chin. Do you dare to stay out? Do you dare to go in? How much can you lose? How much can you win? And if you go in, should you turn left or right? Or right and 3/4, or maybe not quite? Or go around back and sneak in from behind? Simple it's not, I'm afraid you will find. For a mind maker upper to make up his mind, you can get so confused that you'll start into race down long wiggled rocks at a breaknecking pace and grind on for miles across weirdish wild space, headed, I fear, toward a most useless place, the waiting place. For people just waiting for a train to go, or a bus to come, or a plane to go, or the mail to come, or the rain to go, or the phone to ring, or the snow to snow, or waiting around for a yes or no, or waiting for their hair to grow, or waiting for a vote. Everyone is just waiting. Waiting for the fish to bite, or waiting for the wind to fly a kite, or waiting around for Friday night, or waiting perhaps for their Uncle Jake, or a pot to boil, or a better break, or a string of pearls, or a pair of pants, or a wig with curls, or another chance. Everyone is just waiting. No, that's not for you. Somehow you'll escape. All that waiting and staying, you'll find the bright places where the boom bands are playing. With banner flip-flapping, once more you'll ride high, ready for anything under the sky. Ready because you're that kind of a guy. Oh, the places you'll go, there is fun to be done. There are points to be scored. There are games to be won. And the magical things you can do with that ball will make you the winningest winner of all. Fame, you'll be famous as famous can be, with the whole wide world watching you win on TV. Except when they don't, because sometimes they won't. I'm afraid that sometimes you'll play lonely games too. Games you can't win, because you'll play against you. All alone, whether you like it or not, alone will be something you'll be quite a lot. And when you're alone, there's a very good chance you'll meet things that scare you right out of your pants. There are some down the road between hither and yon that can scare you so much you won't want to go on. But on you will go, though the weather be foul. On you will go, though your enemies prowl. On you will go, though the hack and cracks howl. Onward up many a frightening creek, though your arms may get sore and your sneakers may leak. On and on you will hike, and I know you'll hike far, and face up to your problems, whatever they are. You'll get mixed up, of course, as you already know. You'll get mixed up with many strange birds as you go. So be sure when you step with care and great tact, and remember that life's a great balancing act. Just never forget to be dexterous and deft, and never mix up your right foot with your left. And you will succeed, yes, you will indeed. 98.75% guaranteed. Kid, you'll move mountains. So be your name Buxbaum or Bixby or Bray, or Mordecai, Alley, Van Allen, O'Shea, or Vivek. You're off to great places. Today is your day. Your mountain is waiting, so get on your way. I love you. Returning to the matter at hand, Madam President, or Mr. President, excuse me, how much time remains?
minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to read this piece, which articulates my argument for peace very well, written in Responsible Statecraft, published on July 5th of 2023. We're now, think about it, nearly a year since this piece was published, and its arguments are, if anything, more pressing today than they were last summer. Quote, last year, referring to the possibility of escalation that the Russo-Ukrainian war entails, President Joe Biden announced that America and the world are closer to a destructive nuclear war than ever since the Cuban Missile Crisis in 1962. Perhaps no other statement from the highest level of government could so directly affirm the failure of American grand strategy and foreign policy in the post-Cold War world. What seemed to be a Hollywood sci-fi scenario that the average American in the 21st century did not even think about is now a possibility that experts, policymakers, and world leaders like President Biden discuss regularly. As America and the world grapple with the tectonic shifts that the Russian invasion of Ukraine has unleashed, war budgets around the world keep increasing. In 2022, global spending on defense reached an all-time high of $2.24 trillion. The U.S. defense budget accounted for almost 40% of the total, surpassing the next 10 countries combined, including China, Russia, India, the United Kingdom, France, and Germany. Yes, America's ever-increasing military expenditures have hardly translated into success stories in the 21st century. The trillions of dollars pumped into questionable military adventurism abroad, such as the invasion of Iraq in 2003, have yielded equally questionable results not only for U.S. interests and national security, but also for global security. America's over-reliance on the military to achieve policy objectives and the unilateral actions pursued without an international mandate have backfired in the form of a growing coalition of dissatisfied states that refuse to accept a world order that they see as unjust and hierarchical. In April of 1953, President Dwight D. Eisenhower delivered the famous Chance for Peace speech, in which he compared the enthusiasm for a just and peaceful world after World War II to the unstable, hostile, and unpredictable environment of the Cold War. The 8 years that have passed have seen that hope waver, grow dim, and almost die. And the shadow of fear again has darkly lengthened across the world, he said, before laying out his vision of a just and peaceful order and warning against the unbalanced political influence of military interests. Today, 70 years later, the world faces the same shadow of fear as the unpredictable war unleashed by a revisionist Russia shakes the international system. Biden's promised end of America's forever wars that was supposed to bring stability and predictability back to the realm of international affairs, while also allowing the United States to reorient its resources towards a much-needed domestic revival, did not materialize. While the war in Ukraine poses a significant threat to U.S. national security interests and necessitates an appropriate policy response, including security assistance to Ukraine for self-defense. Look, this guy even believed in security assistance to Ukraine up to a certain point. U.S. military spending was growing even before Russia's invasion of Ukraine. This pattern should raise questions about whether the United States should have increased spending on the military in response to the crisis in Ukraine. The war has also turned into a talking point for those whose direct interests tied to military spending overshadow the actual interests of the American people. Many are now pushing for the concept of a long standoff with foreign rivals, without accounting for the real costs and implications that will be borne by ordinary citizens both in America and abroad. In foreign affairs, discourse and reality are sometimes interwoven in complicated and nuanced ways. Conflict can arise as much from actual strategic disagreements, security considerations, and national interests as from discourse and perceptions. In this context, embracing conflict and promoting discourse that emphasizes a long-term confrontation is a dangerous path for America to follow. The very cause of World War I has been attributed to the perceptions of threats and the interpretation of actions by states as hostile, leading some scholars to argue that European leaders sleepwalked into a conflict they neither desired nor expected to win easily. The question for Americans today, especially the new generation that will be inheriting a more unstable and dangerous world, is whether they will allow America to sleepwalk into a conflict that the United States neither needs nor can afford to win. Traditionally, American voters do not attach much importance to foreign and defense policy issues. Yet the citizens of a country that will be spending a record $842 billion on the military cannot afford to close their eyes on such critical policy issues that in fact profoundly affect their livelihoods. The question is not whether America should abandon its legitimate security needs and interests, nor neglect the foreign threats that necessitate spending on the military. We must understand how much of the current spending is actually justified. We also need to assess the efficiency of the military to protect the American people and interests abroad without overextending resources wastefully and prompting a dangerous arms race that will paralyze growth, development, and more importantly, the long-term prospect for peace and a new, more just world order. This is why young Americans should be especially concerned with the unchecked influence of special interests that seek to inflate threats, install the inevitability of long-term confrontation in the world, and justify ever-increasing spending on the military. The new generation will be the primary bearer of such burdens, costs, and consequences that decisions taken in Washington today will have. Ultimately, it boils down to a simple question of the kind of vision young Americans have for their country and the world. The question is especially critical given America's own undeniable internal strife. Those seeking to downplay the legitimate critique of the over-reliance on military forget or deliberately neglect that foreign policy is ultimately dependent on domestic policy. Both experts and the general public now agree that the once hailed American democracy is threatened. The inflection point for America is serious. The country is facing a crisis of identity, social cohesion, a growing discontent with the economic model that has marginalized an ever-growing segment of the population, and what is more concerning, a waning belief and trust in the country's most foundational institutions. Those championing a new age of unnecessarily militaristic and confrontational foreign policy that relies on growing and unbalanced defense budgets should rethink the use of those resources. A stroll in the streets of Portland or in the infamous Skid Row in Los Angeles could be beneficial to reevaluate priorities and distributions of limited resources to deal with the most pressing issues America faces. Ultimately, the strength and attractiveness of the United States on the global stage and America's competitiveness vis-a-vis its rivals depends on the domestic revival of a country that has been decaying silently for decades in virtually all key aspects. This is why a new generation of Americans must step in to seize the new chance for peace before it is too late. As the world order continues to fracture, only a wave of democratization of the most democratic sphere of policymaking in Washington can trigger the kind of reassessment and accountability the American people should expect from their elected leaders. Unless we take steps now to usher in an overdue reckoning in Washington, we may miss, as President Eisenhower said, a precious chance to turn back the tide of events. That was by Martin McRyan, and that again is from Responsible Statecraft, an important argument and an important piece. Let me address just a couple of points brought to mind by that piece and by that argument. You'll hear, especially in the last couple of days, after former President Donald Trump criticized NATO, you will hear a strong argument about what NATO means to the United States of America. And I think it's important for us and for our citizens to be honest, not just about the problems inherent with NATO and the lack of burden sharing, but also the problems that exist in NATO's own countries, countries that most of us love, that most of us see as important allies, but have deep, deep pathologies and problems that must be addressed. Something that is often said is that in this particular conflict, Ukraine versus Russia, NATO is actually carrying its fair share of the burden. You will see charts that make an argument that NATO, which has the economy approximately the size of the United States of America, is spending actually more resources on Ukraine than the United States of America. Now, that argument has a few critical flaws. Let's walk through them. First of all, NATO is providing a large amount of humanitarian assistance, and of course, they're absorbing a large amount of refugees. They're doing it because Ukraine is in their backyard. But the critical weapons and munitions that are being provided are overwhelmingly the responsibility of the United States of America. NATO is not carrying its fair share of the burden when it comes to weapons, and that's the most important things the Ukrainians need to win. Second, even if we assumed, and it's wrong, but even if we assumed that NATO was carrying its fair share of the burden over the last 18 months, NATO has failed to carry its fair share of the burden for literally decades, ladies and gentlemen. Look just at how much money the United States has spent on defense since 1992 and compare that to our NATO allies. Ladies and gentlemen, we have been subsidizing European security to the tune of trillions of dollars. And it might feel nice when we go to Munich and the Europeans thank us, and it might be great to get a pat on the back from a European head of state, but the American people demand that NATO carry its fair share of the burden. Germany is the largest economy in Europe. They have promised for decades, and especially over the last years, that they would meet the NATO threshold of 2% of GDP spent on defense. They are still not there. Italy, a massive economy, still underspends on defense. In fact, most of the economies of Europe, outside of the UK and France and some economies in Eastern Europe, most of the economies of Europe massively underspend on defense, and that has invited aggression, not just from Vladimir Putin, but from other places as well. And at the same time that world leaders play armchair general with the Ukraine conflict, their own societies are decaying. Not a single country, even the United States within the NATO alliance, has birth rates at replacement level. We don't have enough families and children to continue as a nation, and yet we're talking about problems 6,000 miles away. We are being invaded by up to 10 million illegal migrants over the course of Joe Biden's term in office, and we have apparently no president with willpower to stop that problem. We have a fentanyl crisis that has led to the deaths of over 100,000 people per year in the last few years of our youngest and brightest people. Mental health crises are skyrocketing. Youth suicides are skyrocketing. And every single place, not just the United States, but every single one of the countries in the NATO alliance see similar, or in some cases, even more troubling dynamics on most of those metrics, from migration to economic malaise. What are we doing, ladies and gentlemen? China and Russia, if we want them to fear us, we need to rebuild our own countries. We need to rebuild a strong Europe and a strong America. We need to rebuild a civilization that can support conflicts instead of just run away from them, because right now we don't have that. We do not have a country and we do not have a NATO alliance that is strong enough to do the things that need to be done. So our message to the Europeans need to be simple. Fix your own country, share your own burden, spend more on defense, fix your own problems, and that will deal with the problem in Russia far more than a $61 billion check to Ukraine will. In fact, we are subsidizing them. We are enabling their refusal to spend enough resources on defense. And I see that my time is up, Mr. President. Thank you.
Great ending. I love that message. All the other NATO countries, get your own house in order before we deal with other things.
Mr. President.
Including us,
Senator from
especially
Tennessee.
us.
Thank you, Mr. President. I know that we have Tennesseans that are watching, and many people are saying, why is it that you all are here? Because this was to be a week where we were working in our states. And of course, many of us have set meetings in our state, but here we find ourselves as we are looking at this piece of legislation that all of a sudden has become a must pass. Now, the schedule for when we were going to be in and out of session came out in December, back around the 1st of December. So that is when we decide how we're going to organize our year and our work periods and meet those obligations to our constituents. But what we find out is there is all of a sudden this deadline that has to be met because it is the Munich conference. And we have a delegation that is going, and they don't want to go empty-handed. They want to take this bill that is going to be more money for Ukraine. Now, there are some of us who have said, hey, wait a minute. We've got these problems at our southern border, and we really can't help others until we deal with the crisis at our southern border. There are some of us who remember what happened on 9/11, and we remember the impact that that had on our nation, and we'll never forget that. And we realize how important it was to get our country back on track. And we did that. We moved forward aggressively, not only militarily, but getting our economy back on track, stabilizing our country, changing how we looked for terrorism, and taking steps that were necessary to protect the citizens of this country, to protect individuals in their communities, in their places of work, and to make certain that they knew we were going to be there to put them first and the protection of this country first. Well, but of course, deadlines and work periods have a way of forcing issues, of saying, well, this has got to be done and we have to meet this deadline. And I would suggest to all of my colleagues that after we return from this work period, guess what? There's all of a sudden going to be this deadline and this push that, oh, we've got the CR coming up. We've got to take action right now. So everybody's got to get in the same boat and vote for things that you really don't want, because we just cannot have a government shutdown. That is going to be the message that is there. Bear in mind, I think it's been now 103 days since the Democratic leader has allowed an appropriations bill to come to this floor for consideration. And because of the good work of Senators Collins and Murray, the Senate's appropriations bills came out of the Appropriations Committee in July. But no, they're not coming to this floor, because then the Democratic leader would have to give up the ability to jam it and to get what he wants right at the very end. Just like there's this jam to get this bill passed before the Munich conference so that it can be smiles, handshakes, and backslaps when they get there. But I think our allies would like for us to take care of ourselves and secure our border so that indeed we are going to be able to continue to help them, because this is a dangerous place. This world's a dangerous place. And there is an axis of evil, Russia, China, Iran, North Korea, that are working overtime, trying to destroy the United States. They don't hide that that is their goal. They're really pretty open about that being their goal. China, they want global domination. Russia, they want to be able to sell China oil. Iran wants to sell China oil. Indeed, Iran is making billions of dollars every single month selling oil to China, because this administration withdrew the sanctions on Iran, the sanctions that President Trump and his administration had put in place that prohibited them from selling oil. But instead of the president putting those sanctions back on Iran and prohibiting that, and that's what is giving them the money they need to go out here and fund their proxies, the Houthis, Hezbollah, Hamas, ISIS Syria, ISIS Iraq, the IRG. Where do they get their equipment, their training, their missiles, their rockets?
From us.
Courtesy of Iran. That is where they get it.
And a lot of it from us.
But let's not talk about that. Let's talk about, we've got to pass this bill. We've got to do it right now because the happy handshakes are going to depend on it when they all get over to Munich. But what we need to be doing is paying attention to what is happening here on our own shores. Are we concerned about Israel? You better believe we are. We know that they are in a fight for survival. We also know that Iran is who is funding Hamas. Taiwan, are we concerned about them? Absolutely. And we want to make certain that Taiwan has what they need. I've even introduced legislation that would authorize a defense lend-lease program for Taiwan. It's important for them to have that. It's important for people to be
absolutely
able
right.
to
is good business.
To pay back what we give them. Now, another thing that we need to do is look at the expectations of our enemies. We've got enemies that expect us at this point in time, because of this president and his administration, to be weak and to give them running room. They like that. They think that's a good thing. And they think that because this president is weak when it comes to our southern border, that they can push people into our country from October to the end of the year, 24,000 Chinese, I think it was, Mr. President, that came in through our borders. You're talking about people from, according to the Border Patrol, 170 different countries that were coming across our border. And we know that these 8.8 million illegal immigrants that have entered this country under President Joe Biden's watch are not all individuals that are coming here for a better life. We know some of them are coming here to do us harm. Indeed, the FBI director in December, when he was before our committee, Mr. President, he responded to Senator Graham's question about what he saw with the terrorist threat. And indeed, in paraphrasing his comments, he talked about how he had never seen such broad-based threats, and that everywhere he looked, he saw red lights flashing. The world's a dangerous place. And Mr. President, it's coming to our border. Now, there are some things that we had wanted to get done in this bill that are not going to be done. And I will note for my colleagues that H.R. 2, which I know my Democratic colleagues do not like that bill. I know that. I understand that. We have a difference of opinion on that. But H.R. 2 is the House border security bill. Border security. What people are demanding that we do, secure our southern border. Now that landed on our desk at Senate Judiciary Committee, and of course Homeland Security has part of that, and HHS has part of that, the Senate Help Committee, but it landed on May 15th. Now, Mr. President, we've had over 80 meetings of the Senate Judiciary Committee since that bill landed. Not once have we even looked at taking it up, amending it, letting regular order take place, letting people amend that bill and make it a work product of the committee. That is not what has happened, but it is what should have happened, allowing regular order to take place and people to be able to weigh in and speak on this bill. But there was a decision not to move forward with that. Instead, it was pushed to the side and a special committee put in place, and they were tasked with solving what was going to be a border and national security bill. Interestingly enough, and I know that they all worked hard, and I know Senator Langford put his best efforts into that. But you know, Mr. President, I think there's a lot to be said for going by regular order, letting the committees take up a piece of legislation, letting the committees do their work on that piece of legislation. But that did not happen. But when I talk to Tennesseans, they are terribly concerned about what is happening with the open border because they see the impacts in their communities every single day, and the impacts are undeniable. When you look at the tens of thousands of U.S. citizens that lose their lives every year to fentanyl poisoning, and right now, Mr. President, the number one killer of U.S. citizens in the 18 to 45-year-old age bracket is fentanyl. We know the Chinese are working hand in glove with the Mexican cartels, especially the Sinaloa cartel that is right there on the Mexico side across from that Arizona border. They are working overtime. They're pressing those pills, and then they're pushing them across the border. That is what they think is going to help them attack us and harm our citizens. The drug trafficking, the human trafficking, the sex trafficking that is taking place every single day. Local law enforcement, I visit with each of our 95 Tennessee counties every single year. And to a county, law enforcement tells me they can't deal with the drugs and the human trafficking and the gangs and the crime until we secure the southern border. They're trying, but
Sorry,
it
talking to
continues
the
to grow
if you guys can hear me.
every single day. Now, another thing that concerns everyone, and this ties us back to the FBI's comments about seeing flashing red lights, and that is the number of people who are special interest aliens that are coming from countries like Iran and Afghanistan and Syria, and they're flooding into our country. As I said, people from 170 countries is what the Border Patrol tells us came across our border last year. Think about that. These are people who are making a choice to come across our southern border, paying a cartel to come across that border instead of legally coming into this country. That is a choice that they are making. Now, also the terrorist watch list, in addition to those hundreds that are coming from special interest countries, you've got 49 terrorist watch list individuals that have been apprehended at the border since the start of fiscal year 2024. So we know that this danger is there. We know these individuals are coming into our country, and we know that our law enforcement professionals are telling us, it's not a question of if we have another terrorist attack on U.S. soil. It is a question of when. So when you look at what has transpired with this security supplemental and the $113 billion that has already gone to Ukraine, and by the way, some of us keep asking for a full accounting of where that money is. Some of us continue to ask for what we consider a win with Ukraine. We continue to ask what is the strategy that is being implemented there. But what we get back at us is crickets. So some of us have had amendments that we think would make the legislation before us, the security supplemental, a stronger piece of legislation. Now, I had several amendments that I had proposed. Number 1540 would limit the number of aliens who can be paroled into the U.S. every year. Because if you look at the numbers from previous administrations, Democrat and Republican, you see that many multiples of those numbers are what the Biden administration is waving right on into the country. I also had an amendment, number 1534, that would prohibit any of our taxpayer dollars going into Gaza until all the hostages have been released. There again, our citizens do not want their tax dollars going into Gaza being scooped up by Hamas through UNRWA and that being pushed forward. Now, my amendment 1535 would accelerate deportations for illegal aliens who physically assault first responders. Indeed, we have seen more of that than we would like to see in this country. So they should be immediately deporting. I also have 1547, which would prohibit the president and his administration from selling or removing any of the existing border wall or the components that are out there for the border wall. Mr. President, it was distressing to us to hear that the president was choosing to sell off the border wall when Border Patrol tells us they need a physical barrier. They need better technology where they cannot have a physical barrier. And then they need more officers and agents. Giving them that physical barrier should be something that we agree to do. Number 1548 would put back in place the President Trump era migrant protection protocol. Stay in that safe third country. Execute your claim for asylum there. That is something that would be an assistance to our Border Patrol. Now, my amendment number 1539 should be something that we would all agree on. And Madam President, this would allow the border states to place temporary barriers on federal land to protect their communities. Now, for those of us that have been to the border many times, we have walked along this border and we've met with ranchers and we've met with farmers and we've met with property owners who say, you know, we're losing the right to private property. They can show you pictures of dead bodies they have found on their ranches. They can show you pictures of fields of melons and tomatoes and produce that have been literally trampled by people that are coming across. So allowing them the right to protect that property.
Not to mention
Everybody
68
should
pounds
agree
per trash
someone has the right
people are
to
leaving.
protect their property. A homeowner
It's incredible.
backing up to the border there in Arizona need not worry that they're going to walk out their back door and find illegal aliens napping in the backyard or taking a dip in a swimming pool or leaving clothes and water bottles strewn right around their back porch. Now, one that I have worked on for quite a while, number 1536, is the End Child Exploitation Act. What this would do is end that horrible practice of child recycling. Now, Madam President, you and I are moms. I'm a grandmom. And this legislation would require a DNA test for adults and children to determine the familial relationship between an alien and an accompanying minor. This is important to do. During the Trump era, we did DNA testing at the southern border. Not a difficult task. It's a 45-minute test. And this will save a child's life because we found that fully a third of those children were being trafficked. We also have learned from Border Patrol that many times a child will present with an adult. They get across the border and then the child is cut loose. And on the child's arm or on their back is written name and phone number, who to call to send the child back across the border. Border Patrol tells us some of these children have been, they have been recycled 8 or 9 times. There is
Human
a way
trafficking
we could
is
end
horrific.
that. The Prince
What's
Act
going on at the border right now?
would also help us to end this recycling by fingerprinting non-citizens under the age of 14. Now, there is another issue that I have been working on for about a year, and it is to find out what has happened with the unaccompanied alien children that have been released to sponsors who have not been properly vetted. Right now, we have 85,000 children that We do not know where they are, if they're dead or alive, if they're trafficked or not. My amendment 1537 would have addressed this issue and required HHS to report back to us. We should all agree that these unaccompanied alien children should be protected. They ought not to be being sex trafficked. They ought not to be in labor gangs and crews. They ought not to be unprotected. And Madam President, we found out about this through a reporter that was working in a meat processing facility. And there were children there that were illegally in the country, brought across. They had been turned over to a sponsor by our Office of Refugee Resettlement, which is a part of Health and Human Services, and they were in a labor gang. We can't get an answer from HHS about this. So that amendment plus 1538, which would require in-person home visits so we can find out where these children are, those should be things that we agree with, And that ought not to be a partisan issue. That should be something that is a part of a Homeland Security bill. Now, 1533 would
Speaking of
require
slavery,
any
many
funding
of
to
the
the
people
UN to be
are
contingent on the
coming across the border
organization placing
illegally,
Hamas, Hezbollah,
become
and other
indentured
foreign
servants
and
to
Iranian
cartels because they can't
proxies and
afford
groups
7 to
designated as foreign
$10,000
terrorist
charge.
organizations
So they become
on
indentured
the
servants.
UN Security Council consolidated list. Terrorist organizations ought not to get the money that is coming from U.S. taxpayers.
It's a
So
filibuster,
it
Snoop.
is,
They're trying to delay
there are
and
so many
delay and delay the
concerns
voting on
about
the
this
bill because they don't want
process,
it to pass.
about
So
this
that's why.
legislation. And the fact that we would rush to pass this so we can go have a good shake and howdy in Munich, I think is so disrespectful of the American taxpayer. It's disrespectful of Tennesseans. We should have taken up HR 2. We should have amended and debated that. And we're here when we
HR
have a
2,
week
the bill
where we
that
would be
the House of
working
Representatives
in our
passed,
states, and we know that this
that they haven't
legislation
even
that is in
brought
such
to
a
the floor
rush
at all in the
to be
Senate.
passed for
It
the
passed about a year ago.
celebratory moment is dead on arrival in the House. Madam President, I reserve the balance of my time.
Agreed, David Hurley. But that would actually assume that they care about being disrespectful to the taxpayers. We're just the wallet.
Madam President.
Senator from Missouri.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise to bring attention to the process which this body is considering, not just this massive spending bill, but the way in which we've handled all the very limited business that's come before this chamber this entire year. Before I do that, I would like to say we've got some folks in the gallery and we've got people tuning in, and I'm sure everyone watched the Super Bowl last night, where the Kansas City Chiefs won in overtime. I think it was only the second overtime win. Patrick Mahomes, anytime he's got the ball, the last guy to have the ball usually wins, and in big games this is becoming a thing. And the Chiefs essentially now are in a dynasty. So Patrick Mahomes has been in the league for 6 years. He's won 3 Super Bowls, 3 out of 4 trips, 3 in the last 5 years. So it was a great game, and certainly glad our Kansas City Chiefs won, with my not sincerest apologies to the California Senators. I would be probably disingenuous if I said that, but it was a good game, and congratulations to the Chiefs on a well-deserved another championship. Right before that game yesterday, and finished just in the nick of time, essentially for the kickoff, I rose on this floor to talk about what has happened at our southern border. Now, in this bill that we're considering now, there's nothing in there for our southern border. It's gone.
That's
to
right.
the extent
They said
there was
didn't
ever
fund that
anything.
bill.
This
Gave-
is now an
Gave
exclusively
everybody the big
foreign
middle
aid
finger and
package.
said, all right, we're giving money
And I
to
can't,
Ukraine, Israel, and Taiwan.
I can't
and
probably make the
nothing,
case strong
not 1
enough
cent to the border.
of what a
How does that make
disconnect
you feel, American public?
that really is from what the American people care about. And I know there'll be some people in this chamber that say, well, they just don't, as much as we tell them, they just don't understand. No, I think they do understand. I think they do understand. They see a federal government that is $34 trillion in debt, with a president that wants to spend trillions and trillions more this year than we take in, no real sanity in sight, and no real process for senators to actually weigh in on these important matters. I went through the laundry list of how we got here. The punchline is, not to recap that, and maybe I will tomorrow, but the punchline is Joe Biden has every authority he needs right now under existing law to secure our southern border. He just doesn't do it. He doesn't want to. Because on day one, the executive orders that were in place that were effective under President Trump, he got rid of. Whether it was Remain in Mexico, Title 42, a number of them we rolled through last night. Even right now, as we stand here, talk here, Joe Biden could do all those things, and he actually could stop abusing the parole process, where those are supposed to be individualized adjudications, but instead, millions of people, millions, are being released en masse because they're from a particular country or category. That's illegal. So if you wonder how we got here, that's how we got here. And you don't need another bill to fix that. You need a president who wants to fix it. Now, we could have a real debate on the Senate floor with all of us about how we go about improving existing law.
That's exactly what they're doing. Yep.
But we don't do that either. We have secret negotiations with a couple senators. Some people liked the product, some people didn't. But the process, there's no doubt about it, is totally broken. And that played out last week. So that's what I want to talk about. It turns out there were a few other senators, and Senator Lee, Senator Blackburn, I think Senator Vance probably touched on this, and there's a lot of other people, and not just Republicans, by the way, that feel that this process that is in place now is broken and people don't have an opportunity to weigh in. Before I leave the border, though, I do want to mention one thing. If there's one thing that could crystallize the lunacy of this administration's policy, there was something under President Trump called Operation Talon. You didn't hear much about it because it was canceled very early on. What is Operation Talon? Operation Talon was an effort to deport previously convicted sex offenders from other countries. There's a lot that divides us, but I don't know. I would think that's something we could come together on. Maybe we want to deport people who've been previously convicted of sex offenses. Evidently not. That was too difficult for the Biden administration to accept, probably because Trump did it. That reflexive desire to undo success, to appease the group clamoring for more compassion at the border, has completely backfired. Women and children are being raped on their way to the southern border. The cartels are in control. Fentanyl is streaming across. Human trafficking, that when I went down to the border when I was Attorney General of Missouri, was valued then at the time, when we probably saw 2/3 of the level of illegal immigration that we see right now, was valued at $100 million a week. $100 million a week for the human trafficking alone. Some of that's the worst stuff that you could possibly imagine, but some of it also was people being trafficked across, being placed in employment in cities across this country, being taken advantage of. And if they ever expressed any concern, their family might get killed back home. There's nothing compassionate about what's happening at our border. The media won't cover it. My suspicion is if this was happening under the previous administration, NBC Nightly News would be camped out for about a year at the southern border. But that's not what we see. So what do we see here? We see 98 senators, 96 senators locked out. And I mean this as a call to any colleagues who are listening, and I've had many of these conversations already. There is a better way. We can strike some real reform on the way that we handle things. Regular orders talked about, an open amendment process is talked about. There are a couple people who don't want to see that happen. Senator Schumer certainly doesn't want to see that happen. Think about the power he gets to wield. Come to me. I am the one that gets to come down from the mountain and unveil the tablets. You'll be cast aside if you dare try to change what's been, carved into stone. That is not what our republic is supposed to be like. Each one of us from different states, and Madam President, our states share a border along the Mississippi River. Well, there's a lot of things we have in common as Missourians and Illinoisans. My wife is from Illinois, has family there. We get to visit. There's a lot of things that we agree on, but there are also things that are different. We have a system of federalism. And the founders had a really unique opportunity at the time, 240 some odd years ago, to create a government from whole cloth. They got the unique opportunity to create structural safeguards to protect individual liberty. They were students of human history. They understood the dangers of consolidation of power, of what it meant to have a single person in charge of too many things.
They were also
They had seen it play out, and
against
it
the
plays out in the world
democracy.
today.
That's why we are a constitutional republic.
So a system of
They looked
government
at
was
history,
created to
and every
spread out that
democracy
power
in history has always failed.
vertically and horizontally. The states came together and unanimously agreed on the very limited powers they wanted the federal government to have, and the states retained the rest. The states were sovereign. They made this compact. The first one didn't work with the Articles of Confederation, but the Constitution has stuck, thank God. And in that Constitution, the Article 1 branch is the first one mentioned, of course, because what we do here has enormous impact on people, and we're supposed to be connected to the people, not cloaked away, telling everyone we know better than them. The idea that as a United States Senator, you cannot come to this floor and say, I have an idea. I have a way that I think would improve this bill, and offer it and have people vote on it, is totally insane to me. Maybe I had not been here long enough to have that idealism beaten out of me, but I will never lose that. I will never lose that desire, sincere desire, no matter your political party, to have the ability to come out here and try to persuade, or your willingness to be persuaded. Unique coalitions can be formed from that. All of that's taken out. So for me, some diagnosis of why this place is so dysfunctional, there are zero vehicles. Well, there are very limited vehicles. So for the folks in the gallery who are coming here today, or the people listening, what you think happens here doesn't happen here. I mean, I think back a little over a year ago when I was sworn in, or before I got sworn in, there was an orientation that we go through, and you meet the people that are going to have this shared experience with you as a freshman member of the United States Senate. I mean, it is humbling, and I speak for myself, and I think for all the freshman members, Republicans or Democrats, I mean, understand what a unique privilege this is to serve in this chamber. And when I signed my name in that book, I was number 2,000, which is kind of cool. And you learn a lot, and you actually are given some reading materials. Now, I've always kind of had an interest in particularly this chamber, in the unique role that it plays in our republic. It's supposed to be, there's a reason why, you know, they take 60 votes to get to move. It's not supposed to be a place where simple majority rules. That's for the House of Representatives, which of course every 2 years has elections. It's supposed to be more rooted in you know, in the kind of changes that can happen every couple of years. The Senate, it's staggered terms every 6 years. It's supposed to be more deliberative. This body is not deliberative. If it's deliberately exclusionary.
He's absolutely right, especially with this bill. If you don't
What have we
agree,
seen?
you don't get to
So
propose
anyway,
any
you read
amendment.
about,
What kind of rule
you
is
know,
that?
how the Senate used to operate. It used, not that, I'm not talking about ancient history. I'm talking about a couple decades ago. I mean, in the course of a republic, it's certainly not that big of a breach in time, where a senator would have an amendment and get voted on. And there's something that happens in that process. If a senator's got 80 amendments, you know, the colleagues are going to come up and say, you know, Senator from Nebraska or whoever it would be, you know, we get it. You sure all of them are necessary? Maybe they are. Maybe they're not. There's sort of a social pressure that comes into play, and you start, you know, figuring out what are the most important things. You start to see where the body might be if you have similar issues that have come up on amendments. There's a flow to it.
It's interesting to watch
Right now,
the difference in
there's no flow.
hearings.
We come in here
I'm just gonna
a couple times a week in a 45-minute window to,
because he's just gonna keep going on. But it's interesting to see the difference in the hearings in the Senate. Well, I don't know, this isn't necessarily a hearing, it's a debate, but watching the proceedings in the Senate versus the House. You know, both parties are obviously, or both parts, or two parts of the Congress, but the procedure is so very different. I personally really enjoy the House of Representatives because I like the back and forth. I like the debate. This is a form of debate as well, but it's definitely a slower paced type of debate. I like I guess you could call it the drama of the House of Representatives, but I like that back and forth. What do you guys think? Are you enjoying watching the Senate? Do you like the Senate? Do you like the way that they go about this, or do you prefer the House of Representatives? I'm just curious.
supposed to do every day or every year, which is to kind of sift through our priorities. That's been robbed from this place. It is my sincere hope that in this place, a group of us can come together, a bipartisan group together, and demand real reforms. This idea of filling a tree it's totally antithetical. So I mentioned sort of the founders created a system they were weary of and concerned of aggregations of power. I can't think of a greater aggregation of power in what's supposed to be a place where power is diffused among the 100 of us than one person getting to decide that amendments don't get to come on. Now look, by the way, this is a point made for my Republican colleagues and Democrat colleagues about, you know, objecting and withholding consent. I think there's a lot of muscle memory that needs to get back into this place where, we're allowed to vote. But you see the frustration. I mean, you don't need to be like a social scientist to figure out where the frustration comes from. There's not that many vehicles. Something gets bounced of yours. People, human nature, they maybe want to bounce something from somebody else. I guess my plea here is that we use this, regardless of how you feel about this particular bill, this slow-moving train wreck of how we do business here, that everybody privately kind of looks at this and says, this is not the way. This can't be the way. And then you have a bubbling up among members, rank and file members, to demand something different. But we can't get there if we just go along with this stuff every time, because somebody says this is how you're supposed to vote. You'll get out of here, in 3 hours. Every time that happens, individual senators cede really important autonomy to help shape legislation that will affect people's lives, or refuse, in this instance, to get serious about potentially demanding our southern border is secured before we send another $61 billion to another country. The appropriations process, I know that there's been some progress made in that committee, and I commend Senator Collins and Senator Murray for the work that they put in. It doesn't necessarily mean I agree with all of the work product necessarily, but that process that they went through is very important. And then what's supposed to happen is, it's like the old how a bill becomes a law. Those bills, each one of them, are supposed to come out on their own. Senators would have an idea or amend it or not. We send it over to the House, or more appropriately for those bills, comes over from the House, and then we have vehicles to do that on the Senate. But something happens in that process too. There's going to be disagreements, and I don't care who's in charge, or different parties are in charge between the two chambers. There's going to be different priorities.
Hey, Tim.
There's going to be different
1 month
ideas.
anniversary. Woo-hoo.
That's healthy.
How are you, bud?
And then you work it out in a conference committee. And then it goes back to each chamber, up or down vote. That's how it's supposed to work. That's not how it works. Not even close. And we're already sort of creeping towards, again, talk about an embarrassment of riches for Chuck Schumer. He's got another couple CRs coming his way. And then what you get to is a couple days before, or a day before, or 5 hours before, here it is. You need to support this, Senator Schmidt or Senator Scott or whoever, or you're in favor of shutting down the government. And let me read off the parade of terribles of the things that will happen that you will be responsible for if you don't vote for this thing that I came up with in my basement 4 hours ago. It's crazy. And I know that many of my senator friends agree with me. I've had these conversations. If you're in your office and you agree with me, blink twice. We're all being held hostage here. So I guess in the limited time that I have here, and if we have more time later, I'll continue to talk about this, but I just think there's real opportunities for reform. I mean that sincerely. I mean that as a gesture of goodwill, and it doesn't need to be the stuff, it doesn't even need to be my amendment. I'm prepared to win, I'm prepared to lose. I just think it's healthy for this place to have vehicles where people can offer these sorts of amendments, where they can have regular order. But I want to talk specifically about sort of where we're at with this one. We had a negotiation among a few people that produced a product that a lot of people didn't support. And that's not a personal attack on anyone, quite the contrary. I appreciate the effort as Senator Langford worked very hard. There were a lot of things that were very problematic from my perspective, not to relitigate that. But only to say that I think part of that, the lesson from it is there's got to be more buy-in. There's got to be more input. And that all shouldn't happen, you know, where nobody can see it, or there's broad strokes, because, you know, I'm a little biased here as a lawyer. The language actually does matter. And I think from the get-go, by the way, my position on this has been, I think, consistent. Could roll the tape from when I was on this floor talking about it. I think that these issues should be spread out separately. I don't think Ukraine money should be tied to Israel money, should be tied to Taiwan money. I think it's a mistake. And again, I think it robs the ability of
100%.
individual senators to say, you know, that situation's different. Take the difference between Ukraine money and Israel money. There's different levels of support in this place. There's different likelihoods of success. There's different needs. There's different coalitions of allies around the world that can step up or haven't stepped up. But to continually come back to the American people without an articulated plan here or what victory looks like as it relates to Ukraine, you're denying a reality of the justified skepticism. And I'll just speak for my state. Missouri is the show me state. Missouri has always been skeptical, and I don't care if it was Harry Truman or Kit Bond or whoever, who, by the way, stood at this desk, who were skeptical of a government 1,000 miles away telling them how to live their lives. Or in this instance, a federal government saying to Missourians and the American people, securing the southern border isn't a priority, but sending 60+ billion to Ukraine is today. And it's so important. We're here all weekend. I don't care about that. But all business aside, here we are, and we're going to the mat, and you don't get amendments. The American people are smart. They see right through that. And you can try to explain it away, but that is the reality. And the truth is, Joe Biden could secure the border with existing law, same law that existed under President Trump, refuses to do so. Part of what the negotiation was supposed to be about, I guess, was, if you wanted to tie this stuff together, was you weren't going to have that unless the southern border was secured. Well, we didn't get that, but here we go immediately confirming the worst fears of the American people, that this whole debate, all of it, the center of gravity all along has been about the Ukraine money. The rest of it, window dressing. Maybe to get a couple more votes, to make it look like it had a broader bipartisan coalition or not. And I think if people are being honest in this place, that's what it was about. And so here we are now with the center of gravity at center stage. But instead of senators having an opportunity to maybe affect that in a particular way, maybe the $8 billion to pay for the government of Ukraine might be amended out. I know Senator Cotton from Arkansas has an amendment about that. We're not going to have a chance to vote on that, I don't think. I had an amendment to separate out aid for Israel. We're not going to get to vote on that. And by the way, I don't think it necessarily changes the result too much on the floor if you separated out Ukraine and Israel and Taiwan. I don't think that it does, but it does certainly harm, again, people's trust and their faith in the process. And so the two main points I suppose I wanted to bring up in this 30 minutes before I yield back and reserve the remainder of my time is that I think if we have to be honest about the disconnect between what we're doing here and what's happening in real America, and what people really feel about all this. And we can keep bulldozing right through that. But I think it's insulting and disrespectful to the American people. And secondly, and more broadly, we have to come together as senators and decide that no matter who's in charge, that people are going to have a say. They get to vote. They get to offer ideas. And all these little tricks and procedural roadblocks that have been set up by both parties over the last 40 years, 20 years, probably more specifically, it's not healthy for our republic. And it certainly diminishes our power as individual senators to fight for the people of our states. Madam President, I reserve the remainder of my time, but yield back. Thank you.
Madam President.
Senator from Maryland.
Madam President, earlier this week, I came to the floor to discuss the horrific terror attacks committed by Hamas against Israel on October 7th, the brutal murder of about 1,200 people, and the seizure of 240 hostages. I underscored the fact that Israel not only has the right, but it has the duty to defend itself against those heinous acts and prevent any future October 7th. Never again. I also repeated my calls to prioritize the release of hostages, including American citizens. Madam President, I also pointed out that while Israel is conducting a just war, it must be waged justly, including taking all necessary measures to protect innocent civilians. Last week, Secretary of State Blinken made his 5th trip to Israel, where this time he urged Prime Minister Netanyahu not to launch a major military operation against Rafah, a city in southern Gaza whose population has increased 5-fold since the beginning of the war, because Palestinian refugees fleeing from northern Gaza and other parts of Gaza were told by the Netanyahu government that Rafah was a safe place for them to go. Within hours of meeting with Secretary Blinken, Prime Minister Netanyahu rebuffed that request and announced publicly that he had decided to launch just such an operation against Rafah. And yesterday, as if to rub it in, Prime Minister Netanyahu appeared on ABC Sunday television here in the United States to say that despite the requests from the United States, he had decided that Israel will launch a military operation against the city of Rafah. Madam President, this is part of a pattern where Prime Minister Netanyahu thanks President Biden in the United States for our substantial military assistance, but then mostly rejects our requests to take measures to protect civilians and to facilitate desperately needed humanitarian assistance to people in need. President Biden has called the bombings in Gaza, quote, indiscriminate. And the United States has repeatedly called upon the Netanyahu government to take steps to end the huge number of civilian deaths from bombing, artillery, and other weaponry. The death toll now stands at over 28,000 people, over 2/3 of them women and children. And what does Prime Minister Netanyahu say? He says Israel is already doing all it can. President Biden recently called Israel's actions in Gaza, quote, over the top, unquote. Prime Minister Netanyahu said he didn't know what President Biden was talking about. Every major international aid organization that I've spoken to, and I've spoken to virtually everyone, says that the humanitarian crisis in Gaza is the worst they've seen in the world ever in their decades of experience, as over 400,000 people are on the verge of starvation, and the entire population of over 200 million is at crisis levels of food insecurity. Meanwhile, Israeli authorities in Gaza, Kogat, say there's, quote, there's no humanitarian crisis in Gaza, unquote. The Biden administration has repeatedly urged the Netanyahu government to allow for more humanitarian assistance into Gaza, only to be mostly ignored. The overriding message to the United States from the Netanyahu coalition is this: thanks for giving us all the weapons, thanks for your taxpayer support, but don't lecture us about civilian casualties or the need to better facilitate the delivery of humanitarian assistance. For example, on his trip to Israel last week, Secretary Blinken pointed out that, quote, Israelis were dehumanized in the most horrific way on October 7th, and that the hostages have been dehumanized every day since. I agree. Secretary Blinken then went on to say, but that cannot be a license to dehumanize others, unquote. A former Israeli ambassador to the United States, Michael Oren, responded by essentially saying, thank you, Secretary Blinken, for the ammunition, but don't accuse Israel of dehumanization, because that delegitimizes Israel and makes it harder for us to use that ammunition or to defend ourselves and exercise our right to self-defense. In other words, former Ambassador Oren was saying, keep sending us the weapons, but don't suggest that we are dehumanizing innocent Palestinians. Madam President, I would suggest that rather than criticizing Secretary Blinken for his comments, Michael Oren and others should condemn the dehumanizing statements about Palestinians that have been made by members of the Netanyahu coalition and other Israeli government officials during the war in Gaza. Here are just some of them. One said, and I quote, there's no such thing as innocence in Gaza, unquote. Another minister described the campaign in Gaza as, quote, rolling out the Gaza Nakba. Gaza Nakba 2023. Nakba being a reference to the mass displacement of Palestinians back in 1948. And that statement was echoed by other members of Netanyahu's Likud party. Another member of Likud said, and I quote, there is no place for any humanitarian gestures. We must erase the memory of Amalek, referring to members of a biblical tribe that was an enemy of Israel. In fact, such an enemy that Scripture said the Israelites should put to death every man, woman, and child. Indeed, Prime Minister Netanyahu himself said, and I quote, you must remember what Amalek has done to you, unquote. A reference scholars say that has long been used on the Israeli far right to justify the inhumane treatment of Palestinians. Even President Herzog, considered by many to be a more moderate voice, painted all Palestinians with a broad brush, saying, and I quote, it's an entire nation out there that is responsible. It's not true, this rhetoric about civilians not aware, not involved. It's absolutely not true. President Herzog. Madam President, these are just a sampling of the many statements made by government officials and Netanyahu coalition members. So what should the United States do? What should we do when bombs and artillery that we have provided and paid for are being used to kill large numbers of innocent Palestinian civilians, and we are told to go mind our own business? What should the United States do when over 2 million Palestinian civilians who have nothing to do with Hamas are facing a humanitarian catastrophe, but the Netanyahu government refuses to open the Eretz crossing or take the other measures that 25 senators wrote to President Biden about last week, asking him to push the Netanyahu government to do them. What should the United States do when the Netanyahu government refuses to prioritize the release of all the remaining hostages, including American citizens? What should we do when extremist settlers in the West Bank, in many cases with the IDF standing by, and in some cases with their active participation, attacks Palestinians with impunity and pushes them off their land? What should we do? What should we do when we have made clear that the United States opposes the launch of a new military operation in the city of Gaza because it will turn into an even bigger humanitarian disaster? But Prime Minister Netanyahu goes on American national TV to say he's going to do it anyway. Rafah is a city in southern Gaza. Before the war started, it was a city with a population of about 300,000 people. Its population has now multiplied in size by 5 times. About 1.3 million people are there now, over 1 million of them having fled death and destruction in other parts of Gaza because they were told by Prime Minister Netanyahu and others that they would be safe there. I visited the Egyptian side of the Rafah Gate about 5 weeks ago, along with my colleague, Senator Merkley, to better understand the humanitarian situation in Gaza. We talked to people, we listened to people, we got fully briefed. Madam President, the humanitarian situation was a catastrophe then. And by all accounts, the situation in Gaza has gone from nightmare to pure hell, even more so in the north than in the south. When asked on national television on Sunday where all of these civilians now seeking refuge would go, Prime Minister Netanyahu breezily stated, "You know, the areas that we've cleared north of Rafah, plenty of areas there." That's what the Prime Minister said on American TV. Now, Madam President, unless he's talking about areas that were cleared through bombing and have been reduced to rubble, it's simply not true. Don't believe those who claim that there's an easy path to caring for the 1.3 million people in Rafah. It wasn't that long ago that Prime Minister Netanyahu claimed that there was no humanitarian crisis in Gaza. No humanitarian crisis there. In fact, he boasted that he was allowing into Gaza the, quote, minimum amount of humanitarian aid to avoid a humanitarian disaster. Well, the claim that there's no humanitarian disaster doesn't pass any credible test, and we know that. For weeks, the United Nations and international aid organizations have warned that Palestinian civilians are on the verge of starvation. Those warnings have been ignored and dismissed by Prime Minister Netanyahu and his extremist government. Just recently, the World Food Program, together with UNICEF, which is the UN organization to look after the well-being of children around the world. Both these organizations, by the way, currently headed by Americans. The WFP and UNICEF issued an analysis recently on the deterioration of the nutrition situation in Gaza during the first 120 days of the war. Here are some of the things that they concluded. In northern Gaza, more than 90% of children aged 6 to 23 months and pregnant and breastfeeding women and girls face severe food poverty. The food they do have is of the lowest nutritional value. More than 90% of children aged 6 to 23 months and more than 95% of pregnant and breastfeeding women and girls are eating 2 or fewer food groups. 95% of households are limiting meals and portion sizes. 64% are only eating one meal a day. They indicated that health screenings show a rapid deterioration of the nutrition situation for children aged 6 to 23 months in northern Gaza, with global acute malnutrition at over 15%. WHO, the World Health Organization, classifies global acute malnutrition over 15% as a critical emergency. Madam President, yesterday I began to hear reports of people who have actually starved to death in Gaza. So earlier today, I asked the head of the World Food Program, former American Ambassador Cindy McCain, about these reports. I sent her a note, text message, asking about reports that some children have now crossed the awful threshold from being on the verge of starvation to dying of starvation. She wrote back, and I quote, "This is true. We are unable to get in enough food to keep people from the brink. Famine is imminent. I wish I had better news," end quote. Madam President, I want that to sink in. Kids in Gaza are now dying from the deliberate withholding of food. In addition to the horror of that news, one other thing is true. That is a war crime. It is a textbook war crime. And that makes those who orchestrate it war criminals. So now the question is, what will the United States do? What will we do? What will President Biden do? President Biden must take action in response to what is happening. First and foremost, the president must demand that the Netanyahu government immediately allow more food and water and other life-saving supplies into Gaza and make sure it reaches the children and other people who are starving, including in the north. A few weeks ago, 25 senators wrote the president a letter outlining some of those steps. To my knowledge, none of those 5 steps have been implemented by the Netanyahu government. Second, unless and until the Netanyahu government allows more relief into Gaza, the President Biden needs to invoke Section 620I of the Foreign Assistance Act. Madam President, here's the exact language of that section of the Foreign Assistance Act. Quote, "No assistance shall be furnished under this chapter of the Arms Export Control Act to any country when it is made known to the President that the government of such country prohibits or otherwise restricts, directly or indirectly, the transport or delivery of United States humanitarian assistance." Now, about 3 weeks ago, I asked senior State Department officials to tell me why this law, Section 628I of the Foreign Assistance Act, has not been applied. Tell me how it's not the case that Prime Minister Netanyahu is not restricting directly or indirectly the transport or delivery of United States humanitarian assistance when we have the humanitarian horror show that I just mentioned. Well, I haven't gotten an answer to the question I posed about 3 weeks ago. And the answer, Madam President, is there is no good answer to that question. Now, I applaud the President of the United States for issuing National Security Memorandum number 20 a few days ago. National Security Memorandum number 20, which now has full legal force, is based on an amendment that I and 18 my fellow senators filed on this national security bill that we're considering right now. And I want to thank the president and his team for putting the terms of that amendment into action, into law through the National Security Memorandum, which gives the President of the United States additional tools to require that countries, all countries, that receive and use our military assistance do so in accordance with international humanitarian law. In fact, here's the wording of the National Security Memorandum, which is now the law of the land. Quote, the Secretary of State shall obtain credible and reliable written assurances from a representative of the recipient country, as the Secretary of State deems appropriate, that in any area of armed conflict where such recipient country uses such defense articles consistent with applicable law, the recipient country will facilitate and not arbitrarily deny, restrict, or otherwise impede directly or indirectly the transport or delivery of the United States humanitarian assistance and United States government supported international efforts to provide humanitarian assistance. That is now the law of the land. Madam President, the bill before us does a number of things. It provides military assistance to Ukraine, to Israel, to our partners in the Indo-Pacific. It also contains life-saving humanitarian aid that, if it can actually be delivered to those who need it, would save lives in Gaza, the West Bank, Sudan, and other places around the world facing desperate humanitarian situations. As I've said before on this floor, I am supporting this bill because of the vital military assistance it provides to the people of Ukraine. And I will vote for it because without that assistance, they will not be able to sustain their courageous effort to fight off the onslaught against their democracy and their sovereignty from Vladimir Putin. And I support the vital humanitarian assistance in this bill. And I fully support the funds to supply Israel with the Iron Dome system and other defensive systems.
I think we're yet to hear him talk about
the people of Israel from Hamas rocket attacks,
right?
And are there to protect them from other incoming missiles. With respect to the lethal offensive portion of that assistance, I'm asking President Biden to make sure that it is provided in strict adherence to National Security Memorandum 20 that he just issued, and be used only in accordance with international humanitarian law. That memorandum provides the president with substantial new leverage to make that happen if he chooses to use it. I hope he will. Because the United States government has an obligation on behalf of the American people to make sure that our military support aligns with our values and interests. There should be no blank checks for any country. We cannot continue the pattern where Prime Minister Netanyahu says, "Thank you, Mr. President, for America's generous military assistance," and then thumbs his nose at America's legitimate requests. Madam President, this is a hinge moment in history with what's going on right now in Ukraine. But it's also a critical question for our country with respect to what's going on in Gaza. And I hope and I pray that the President of the United States will make sure that the United States conducts itself in a manner that is consistent with our values and with our interests. I yield the floor.
Madam President.
Senator from Florida.
Madam President, some of my Democrat colleagues will want you to believe that any opposition to their agenda is evil and unjustified. They've claimed for weeks that mere questions about the $95 billion bill, the Senate is now considering a root in some radical right-wing anti-democracy conspiracy. And the liberal press prints these lies as gospel. I think this process has destroyed the Senate, ignores the history of our great nation. One of the first decisions facing our new republic was whether to engage in the conflict raging between French revolutionaries and an alliance of European nations led by Great Britain. As we all know, President George Washington ultimately decided to remain neutral in that conflict, knowing that our new nation was not prepared to assume the grand responsibilities of supporting a cause, no matter how noble, while properly attending to the pressing matters facing its new government here at home. America was cash-strapped and war-weary. In the centuries that have passed that moment, our great nation has evolved. The United States has grown into the leader of the free world, the true global superpower, representing the ideals of liberty, freedom, and democracy, and standing staunchly against oppression and tyranny wherever it is found. We no longer must wrestle with these decisions the ways our founders did, but we still face tremendous domestic challenges that I'm sure Washington, Hamilton, Jefferson could have never imagined in April of 1793. Today, we are once again cash-strapped and war-weary. Like never before, Americans are questioning whether their federal government has lost its way, now fails to represent the people they elected. Less than 25% of the country believes we're on the right track. Decades of politicians in Washington being addicted to earmarks and pushing reckless fiscal policy have decimated the financial health of our great nation. The United States has more than $34 trillion in debt, soon to exceed $35 trillion, and a budget deficit projected this year of nearly $1.8 trillion. Since 2019, the U.S. population has increased just 1.8%, but our federal budget is set to increase by 55%. Surprise to many, federal revenues were down over 9% last year. The last 3 months, we have lost nearly 1.6 million full-time jobs. Part-time jobs are up more than 850,000 Americans or more, as more Americans can't find full-time work and have to work multiple jobs to make ends meet. Biden's bad economy and reckless policies have created massive inflation. It is up 17% since he took office. It's causing immense pain for families every day, especially our poor families like mine growing up. Unfortunately, the world's evil regimes and tyrants do not wait for the United States to be in our top fighting and fiscal shape to launch their attacks. And the weakness and appeasement of the Biden administration has emboldened them to sow chaos in nearly every corner of the world. Iran and its proxies like Hamas, the Houthis, and Hezbollah are waging war against Israel and fighting to destroy the Jewish state and its people. Russia continues its war in Ukraine, creating instability not seen in Europe since World War II. And Communist China continues to threaten the United States and prepare for an invasion of Taiwan that will upend world trade and destabilize the Indo-Pacific even further. While chaos continues abroad, Americans' national security is also being threatened every day by invasion of single adult males at our own borders. One that President Biden's lawless actions have created, encouraged, and maintained. This is the sad reality for a nation under the weak leadership of Joe Biden. It's forced us by to deal with world events in a way that I'm sure many of us completely dislike. I say all this to put the moment we find ourselves in today into the honest context it deserves, but is so often ignored or purposely manipulated by Democrats and their allies in the mainstream media. The United States cannot ignore the massive threats we face to our national security and prosperity that I have just outlined. I hope that we all can agree. But as this body so often does, especially under the control of our Democrat colleagues, this is about to again fail to meet this moment with responsible and appropriate legislation. Rather than negotiating a bill for border security in the public, we were kept in the dark for months and ultimately failed to negotiate a border security deal with Democrats that could actually get Republican support, and passed because it did not require Biden to secure the border. This bill completely fails to deliver what most of our conference supported in tying the disbursement of Ukraine aid to real reductions of illegal immigration at the southern border, It was the only way we knew to make Biden do his job. Voters in Florida want a secure border today, inflation to cease, and better paying full-time jobs. Our conference demanded a secure border before we helped Ukraine secure that border, only because we thought it was the only way we could get Joe Biden to do his job and secure the southern border. Our conference supported tying the disbursement of Ukraine aid to real reductions of illegal immigration at our southern border. I remain interested in negotiating and voting for a bill that secures our border now, stops the flow of drugs across our border, and stops more criminals, terrorists, and human traffickers from coming into our communities now in a fiscally responsible manner. When I was in business, I negotiated and closed a lot of deals. And I knew if I couldn't walk away from the table, I would never get a good deal. I also knew that I would never get a good deal if the people sitting across the table from me didn't want the same outcome that I did. We have to walk away from the table until we are negotiating with people who share the same goal as our conference, a secure border today. The result is what we have before us today, a wildly unaccountable foreign aid package that does absolutely nothing to secure the U.S. southern border and could funnel billions in borrowed money to Hamas terrorists and into the salaries of Ukrainian politicians. This bill claims to address the invasion of Ukraine while ignoring the invasion we face right here in the United States. This bill could send billions in borrowed money into Gaza, which is still dominated by the Iran-backed Hamas terrorists who killed 1,200 Israelis and murdered 30 Americans and are still holding American hostages. I am unapologetically pro-Israel. I've had the honor of visiting Israel 5 times as both Florida governor and as a U.S. senator. What happened on October 7th horrified the world and struck me personally. In 2019, my wife and I visited Kfar Aza, one of the kibbutz that was a site to a complete massacre. As the early reports were coming out, I was really worried about the kibbutz because of its proximity to Gaza. It's about half a mile away. When I heard the news that it was the site of some of the most horrific and barbaric activities, my heart just sank. I wanted to vomit. We spent an afternoon there in Kfar Aza, and it was the most peaceful place. I kept thinking about the moms and kids who were playing outside, enjoying the warm summer weather. It is gut-wrenching to think of the fate of the families we met that day. I spoke with Chen, the lady who led our tour of the kibbutz, who fortunately was traveling outside of Israel that day and survived. I was able to talk with her, and she had not yet been able to go home. She said it was unclear if she will ever be allowed to go back to her home. I can't imagine. So many of us in this chamber are so deeply connected to Israel, and I bet many of you have a story like mine. We know people in the IDF who have been called to serve. We have friends all over Israel who have spent days in bomb shelters as rockets have been launched by terrorists intent on wiping Israel and Jews off the face of the earth. I've met with survivors and hostage families. I placed a poster outside my office that features the faces of the hostages being held by Hamas. I'm not going to take it down until they're home. I've been clear that we cannot see a ceasefire until every Hamas terrorist is dead. I want every single one of them dead. These monsters they beheaded children and babies. They raped girls and burned innocent civilians alive. They dragged innocent people through the streets and are now holding them as hostages in Gaza, which these terrorists absolutely control. It is unimaginable that the United States would ever consider sending money to a place where we know it would be used to help terrorists who are holding American hostages. That's exactly what this bill does. I've heard a lot of my Democrat colleagues talk about what's happening in Gaza, and your heart goes out to anybody impacted by war. I wish everybody would start talking more about the hostages. We still have American hostages. And President, I want to make sure everyone understands exactly what I'm saying here, which is a fact. Every dollar that goes to Gaza directly benefits Hamas. I've spent every day since October 7th telling the stories of those being held hostage in Gaza by Iran-backed Hamas terrorists. I've got a poster outside my office that features the faces of the hostages being held by Hamas. I'm not going to take it down. Unfortunately, President Biden has not done the same. I can't imagine why the President of the United States isn't speaking every single day about Americans being held hostages by Hamas terrorists and what he is doing to get them out. The IDF just rescued 2 American hostages in a mission that the Biden administration urged them not to do. What has Biden done to rescue any hostages? Many of my colleagues will recall the name of 9-year-old Emily Hand. Emily and her father, Thomas, lived in the small kibbutz of Be'eri, which was ruthlessly targeted and destroyed by Hamas during the attacks. In the days immediately following the attacks, Emily's dad was initially told that his daughter, who had spent the night at a friend's house just a few doors down, was killed. Madam President, I'm a father of 2 daughters and the father of 7 grandchildren. Watching this father speak about the murder of his daughter is heart-wrenching. He said to CNN at the time, quote, "They just said we found Emily and she's dead." And I went, "Yes." And I smiled because that is the best news of the possibilities that I knew. She was either dead or in Gaza. And if you know anything about what they do to people in Gaza, that is worse than death. Those are the words of Emily's father. Soon to his relief and horror, Thomas learned that Emily was in fact alive and being held hostage by Hamas. This beautiful, innocent little girl spent 50 days as a hostage in Gaza. Well, I'm sure that Thomas thanks God every day to have his little girl back in his arms again. He knows that the child he had on October 6th is long gone. Emily will never be the same as she was before she was taken. It's been more than 120 days since the attacks. Some parents are still waiting for their children to come home. Little baby Kafir Bibas, first birthday was spent as a hostage in Gaza. His 4-year-old brother, Ariel, is also still being held hostage. I've got a picture of Ariel in a milk carton, 4 or 5 foot milk carton in my office. He's a beautiful little boy. Kafir and Ariel parents have been waiting for more than 4 months to hold their babies again. Can you imagine? Now we've heard horrible reports that these innocent children may no longer be alive. Why has Biden given money to Gazans who are holding American hostages? Why would we allow Biden to give more money to Gazans who are holding Americans hostages? They're holding Americans hostage. When will this stop? Why the heck are we allowing Biden to send more money to Gaza in this bill when we know that every dollar that goes to Gaza funds the terrorism of Hamas? What are we doing to get American hostages released? I'm not going to stop talking about this fact. Every dollar that goes into Gaza directly benefits Hamas. That is the undeniable truth. It's why I've been fighting for years to pass my Stop Taxpayer Funding the Hamas Act, which prevents U.S. tax dollars from going to Gaza unless the Biden administration can certify that not a single cent will go to Hamas. Any of my colleagues that are interested in having money going to take care of the children in Gaza should want this bill to pass. They shouldn't want any money to go to Hamas. They should want to go to these children. This isn't a solution in search of a problem. It addresses a very real threat of taxpayer money funding Iran-backed terrorism that seeks to destroy Israel. We cannot allow an American family with a family member being held hostage in Gaza to see their tax dollars go to the same people who are holding their family member hostage. We have seen reports that the Palestinian Authority has been paying over $300 million each and every year in monthly salaries to terrorist prisoners and in monthly allowances to families of dead terrorists. The Palestinian Authority pays terrorists, and their families should not receive U.S. tax dollars. And this bill will allow more of that. That's insane. In 2021, President Biden's State Department said, quote, "We're going to be working in partnership with the United Nations and the Palestinian Authority to, quote, kind of channel aid there in a manner that does its best to go to the people of Gaza," end quote. The official went on to say, quote, "As we've seen in life, as we all know in life, there are no guarantees. But we're going to do everything we can to ensure that this assistance reaches the people who need it the most," end quote. The Biden administration thinks that the risk of resources going to Hamas terrorists is okay because, quote, "in life there are no guarantees," unquote. I completely reject that. I will not leave anything to chance when it comes to preventing U.S. taxpayer money from being sent to the brutal terrorists that have slaughtered so many Israelis and Americans. That's why I wasn't surprised in August 2021 when the Senate voted 99-0 for my amendment to a budget bill that would have made the Stop Taxpayer Funding of Hamas Act the law of the land. But as we would learn soon after this vote, the Democrats only voted for it because they knew that in the final text of the bill, written by Democrats, my language would be mysteriously missing. I've tried twice more since then to pass this legislation in the Senate, and the Democrats have blocked it twice. I know that the left has a big problem on its hands, as so many Democrats rally for Hamas and against Israel in the streets of liberal cities and on the campuses of American universities. You would think my Democrat colleagues would be eager to show that Democrats don't support Hamas. Instead, they blocked my bill, proving that there's no interest in the Democrat Party to stand up to these people who hate Israel. That's why I will be asking today to make my amendment to add my Stop Taxpayer Funding of Hamas Act to this bill. I hope Democrats don't again oppose simply going on the record to vote on common sense measures. I hope we get a vote and it passes. We've also tried twice to pass a standalone Israel aid bill that would not send money to Gaza, but Democrats blocked that too. Each and every Democrat voted against aid to Israel. So don't tell me or my colleagues who oppose this bill that we don't stand with Israel when Democrats twice blocked our bill and then all voted against it, which has already passed in the House to immediately send money to Israel. Madam President, let me be clear about one more thing. Since the day that Vladimir Putin launched Russia's unlawful invasion of Ukraine, I've stood strongly on the side of the Ukrainian people. But there are clearly numerous unanswered questions. What has happened to the more than $100 billion of aid that has gone to Ukraine? What is our plan to win? Why are we paying the salaries of Ukraine politicians? Will Biden give Ukraine the weapons they need? Why can't Congress pay for this with savings in other areas? Why is the Ukraine border more important than the U.S. border? Ukraine must win and Russia must lose. There's no question that is what is in the best interest of America's national security. And that's why I've said that we should continue to provide lethal aid to Ukraine, paid for with seized Russian assets, so it can win its war and have a clear plan for how Ukraine will win.
I love how they always say that. They never
questions
actually
will be
give you a
strategic
reason
about how we
why
protect our
it's
interests,
so critical for the U.S.
especially as we add
for
to
the Ukraine
America's
to win.
$34 trillion in debt.
Why is that critical to the U.S.?
The American people will not tolerate borrowing billions of dollars to pay the government expenses and salaries of Ukrainian politicians. Nor will they tolerate this government having no plan for how Ukraine will win, how American resources will help it win, and how we're making sure that every dollar is spent with one mission in mind: defeating Russia. And concern grows when we see that Ukraine has fired another top military official and seems to be struggling to show a clear path to victory. Without more information, we're left to assume the worst, that this entire bill has no clear mission but to accomplish the appearance of unity so that American politicians can fly over with a giant check and deliver hollow speeches about moral righteousness. It doesn't soothe our concerns when we hear the majority whip say on this floor that we must pass this bill now so he can go to Munich this week and pontificate about a bill that the Speaker of the House has repeatedly stated will never become law. That accomplishes nothing. And if my colleagues were serious about aiding Ukraine in its war against Russia's invasion, they would work with us in good faith to produce a bill that can pass here and in the House. As I said, I want Ukraine to win, and I want
And
Russia
if the
to lose.
Democratic House of Representatives
Does that
were
mean
serious about
I
wanting to give Ukraine money,
I
which
am
they
or should be
with,
willing to simply accept
they
any
could have passed
offer
the
thrown
bill
down by the
that the
Democrats
Republicans
that
put
they
forward
claim but cannot
for
prove will
aid
advance that cause.
to, to aid to
Or while
Israel,
America is being invaded as a result of our open border.
Ukraine. And yet they denied
And I will
it.
not accept anything that
Because
ignores the most urgent threat to U.S. national security.
The House of Representatives
Joe Biden's
said they would
wide
kill the
open
border bill the moment it came on the House floor.
This
The
should
Democrats
not need to
countered
be
by
said
killing
on the
a
floor of the
bill
United
to
States
aid
Senate.
Israel.
But securing
Shows you where their
America's border
priorities are.
is more important than securing the border of any other country. We should be able to do both. And frankly, the fact that we aren't using Russian revenue generated from seized Russian assets to pay for Ukraine aid is ridiculous. That's how things work here. Your federal government cannot continue to stroke massive checks to borrow more money while providing zero accountability to the American people. I know the people of Florida are sick of it. We're all sick of it. And I think just about every American's sick of it. The deal has always been Ukraine aid for border security, not immigration policy, but real border security now. Florida families are feeling the impact of this administration's lawless border policies every single day, as deadly fentanyl, criminals, and terrorists pour across Biden's open borders. There are 1,145 children between 14 and 18 years old who died from fentanyl in 2021. What is the plan to stop that? That's a classroom of students dying every week. In 2022, I heard from a mom in Kissimmee, Florida, whose son had a future in the Air Force. He was in the Air Force, came home to visit her on Mother's Day weekend, surprised her. He unfortunately visited an old friend who he didn't know had begun dealing drugs. The friend convinced the young man to take a Xanax, which was unknowingly laced with fentanyl, and the mom found her wonderful son dead. It's heartbreaking. And there are more stories like this. 100,000 Americans died from drug overdoses in 2021, and 72% of those from opioids like fentanyl. Families in Florida and every state across the nation are being torn apart by these deadly drugs coming across the border. What is Joe Biden's plan to stop these drugs from coming across the border? My Democrat colleagues seem to be finally acknowledging this crisis on TV. But unfortunately, they're unwilling to stand up to their president and force him to do what's right. We all know what's right: secure the border. I can't imagine why. It's obvious to everyone that the invasion of our southern border is what Biden unfortunately wants. Just take a look at the numbers. On January 20th, 2021, Joe Biden took office and inherited the most secure U.S. southern border in modern history. In some of his first acts as president, he used his executive power to dismantle the policies that President Trump used to secure the border and send a clear message to the cartels. The border is now wide open for smuggling, and I won't do anything to stop you. The surge of illegal immigration started almost immediately. In February 2021, right after Biden was inaugurated, there were more than 101,000 encounters. 101,000 encounters of illegal aliens attempting to cross our southern border between ports of entry. If you go to the southern border, what you'll see is on the Mexico side, IDs everywhere. They want to come, they don't want anybody to know who they are. If you had a stellar background, would you be doing that? No. That February was a massive increase from what we saw just the prior month. From there, the numbers continued to skyrocket. March 2021 saw 173,000 encounters with illegal aliens between ports of entry. By July 2021, encounters with illegal aliens between ports of entry skyrocketed to more than 213,000. That's more than 213,000 people attempted to illegally enter the United States in just 1 month. I put this out to make something very clear. The border was secure, and then Joe Biden took office. And the cartels got his message loud and clear. The invasion hasn't stopped since. In fiscal year 2022, the first full fiscal year under the Biden administration, there were more than 2.3 million encounters with illegal aliens between ports of entries. These aren't families searching for the better life. They're mostly single adults. Of those 2.3 million encounters with illegal aliens at our southern border, more than 1.6 million were single adults, most of whom are military-aged men. That's 70% of all people who are trying to illegally enter the United States. Even more terrifying, 98 of the people caught trying to illegally sneak into our country in fiscal year 2022 were on the terror watch list. Here's another terrible stat for you from that period. CBP seized more than 14,000 pounds of fentanyl along the southern border. Just 2 milligrams of fentanyl can be a lethal dose, and they seized more than 14,000. That's enough fentanyl to kill 3 billion people. This is how much fentanyl has crossed the border think about how much fentanyl has crossed the border without being seized. Fiscal year 2023, things got worse. More than 2.4 million encounters with illegal aliens between ports of entry. Again, these aren't mostly families searching for a better life. They are mostly single adults. Of these 2.4 million encounters with illegal aliens at our southern border, 60% or more than 1.5 million were single adults. Again, most of whom are military-aged men. And 169 people on the terrorist watch list tried to illegally sneak into our country during fiscal year 2023, and we don't know where they are. And the drugs continue to flow into our country. Last year, CBP seized nearly 27,000 pounds of fentanyl along the southern border. That's enough fentanyl to kill 6 billion people. Last December, more than 300,000 illegal aliens were encountered trying to unlawfully enter the United States. This is an invasion and a clear and present danger to the safety of every American. Even Al Sharpton called it an invasion on his MSNBC show last week. But Senate Democrats and Joe Biden still won't do what is needed to fix it. Let me say that again. Biden's open border is a clear and present danger to every single American. In a hearing of the Homeland Security and Government Affairs Committee last October, I questioned FBI Director Christopher Wray about the threats that we are facing because of Joe Biden's open border. In his response to me, Director Wray said, "We went through a period where the traditional structured foreign terrorist organization threat in the U.S. subsided. Some in favor of this ISIS-inspired, let's say, attack. To be clear, that threat has not gone away. What has now increased, as Director Wray, is the greater possibility of one of these foreign terrorist organizations directing an attack in the United States. He went on to say, quote, "It is time to be concerned. We are in a dangerous period," unquote. That since Joe Biden took office, quote, this is Director Wray, "the terror threats have elevated," unquote. I refuse to ignore this threat or pretend that it's okay to take care of the border in Ukraine while doing absolutely nothing to stop the invasion we have right here in the United States. Madam President, I want to get something done, and I always believe in the ability of our great nation to answer the call and defend freedom and democracy wherever it is threatened by tyranny. I care deeply about protecting the national security of the United States. At 18 years old, I enlisted in the Navy to defend my country. My adopted father was one of the 3,000 American soldiers who did all 4 combat jumps with the 82nd Airborne and then fought in the Battle of the Bulge. I know there's evil in the world, and America must be the leader of the free world. There is no one else to rely on, but we have to take care of the families we represent first. We have to secure our border today. This bill does not secure our border and has too many failures to say it will do what's needed to protect America and our interests. This bill allows Biden to send billions to Gaza, which could go straight to Hamas terrorists, and billions to pay the salaries of Ukrainian politicians. That is wrong. We all know this, that no bill is perfect. It is nearly impossible to write something that all 100 of us love and have no concerns about. But this isn't a situation where we can ignore some parts we don't like. Because the truth is that the things I've just outlined not only fund threats to U.S. national security, like giving billions to Gaza that could go to Hamas, but also recklessly force American taxpayers to borrow billions to pay for the salaries of foreign politicians while U.S. debt skyrockets to more than $34 trillion while doing nothing to secure our border. Nothing to secure our border. Nothing to secure the border of the United States where we have drugs, terrorists, criminals, human traffickers flowing across that could impact every one of our families. That is unacceptable. We can and must do better. So today I am once again going to ask that the Senate be given the opportunity to vote on my amendment to add the Stop Taxpayer Funding Hamas Act to this bill. And I'm asking for a vote on my amendment. Now, we've heard from colleagues that they were rightly concerned about the citizens of Gaza. If they were concerned about the citizens of Gaza, they should want this bill. They shouldn't want a dime to go to Hamas. They should want a penny to go to Hamas. They should want every dime to go to the children that don't have the food they need. But in the meantime, shouldn't we spend more time thinking about the American hostages? Where's the conversation about the hostages? Where's the conversation about what are we doing to get the hostages home? What have we heard from Biden? What have we heard from my Democratic colleagues? Nothing. I've said before in this chamber, in August 2021, the Senate voted 99-0 for my amendment to a budget bill to ensure that United States tax dollars do not benefit terrorist organizations such as Hamas. It's a no-brainer. The vote was 99-0. Everyone in this body seems to agree American taxpayers should never fund Hamas terrorists. But they don't want to do anything about it. They want to say it, but do nothing about it. The final text of the bill written by Democrats does not include my language. We all know that Hamas controls Gaza. Every dollar that goes to Gaza comes under the control of Hamas, who decides what to do with it. We must make sure American tax dollars aren't funding terrorists. So what my Stop Taxpayer Funding Hamas Act does is make it so that no funds will be authorized for the territory of Gaza until the president certifies to Congress that these funds can be spent without benefiting terrorist organizations. It will also ensure U.S. funds are not authorized for expenditure in the territory of Gaza through any United Nations entity or office unless the president can certify that the president will have to certify that it is not encouraging or teaching anti-Israel, anti-Semitic ideas and propaganda. And finally, this bill mandates that the president certify that there are no hostages held in Gaza by any terrorist organization. Senate Democrats have both overwhelmingly supported this common sense measure and blocked its passage in the past. Can anybody explain that? What will it be today? I sincerely hope that Democrats will stand against taxpayer money flowing to terrorists that want to destroy Israel and still holding Gaza hostage. Let me just read the language that some people say prevents the money going to Gaza. And tell me if you come to the conclusion that this does it. The Secretary of State shall certify and report to the appropriate congressional committee not later than March 1, 2024. It's just a report. It doesn't mean they have to stop. It's just an after-the-fact report. Oversight policies, processes, and procedures have been established by the Department of State, the United States Agency for International Development, as appropriate, and are in use to prevent the diversion, misuse, or destruction of assistance, including international organizations, to Hamas and other terrorist and extremist entities in Gaza. It doesn't stop it, but they'll just say we'll have policies and we'll report on the policies. Such policies, processes, and procedures have been developed in coordination with other bilateral and multilateral donors and the government of Israel as appropriate. The easiest thing is none. The only policy you should have is no money. Don't really give a report that you had a policy and it wasn't enforced. Tell me that it never happened. Then it goes on to say the Secretary of State and the USAID administrator shall submit to the appropriate congressional committees, concurrent with the submission of the certification required in subsection A written description of the oversight policies, processes, and procedures. We don't sign off on them. They're just going to give us a written description of them. We don't get to sign off on them. We don't get to question them. We don't get to change them. We don't get to vote on them. All it is a written description of procedures for funds appropriated by this title that are made available for assistance for Gaza, including specific action to be taken should such assistance be diverted, misused, or destroyed, and the role of Israel in the oversight of such assistance. Israel doesn't have to sign off on it. You have to be, so it just says, what role did Israel play? The answer could be Israel played no role. So there's nothing in this, there will be nothing in this bill that is going to stop money from going to Hamas. There will be absolutely nothing. So anybody that says they are worried about the children of Gaza, there will be nothing to prevent money from going to Hamas instead. And I'll always say, the first thing we ought to be talking about is how do we get our hostages home? Madam President, I ask unanimous consent to set aside all pending amendments and motions that make my amendment 1542 pending to the text of Murray 1388. I further ask that there be 2 minutes of debate equally divided between the proponents and opponents, and following the use or yielding back of that time, the Senate vote on adoption of the amendment with a 90 or a 60 affirmative vote threshold required for adoption.
Is there objection?
Madam President,
Senator from New Hampshire.
reserving the right to object, Madam President. We all share the grief and horror that we saw unfold when Hamas committed atrocities against the people of Israel. We all continue to work, as the president and his team have been doing, to find a way to get the hostages released while also addressing the humanitarian crisis in Gaza. But to cut off all humanitarian aid at this point in time would mean that innocent civilian and children in Gaza would be irrevocably harmed. So we need to continue, as the administration is doing, to develop this framework to get the hostages out and to get a pause in fighting while we do. But we also need to address the humanitarian crisis. I would also note that if my colleague from Florida is interested in securing the border, there was a bipartisan agreement to secure the border that Republicans turned and walked away from last week because they would rather keep this as a problem and a political issue than actually
They would rather
work to
keep it,
pass
yet you added
solution.
nothing
And they could have,
about
of
the
course,
border in this
after
bill.
we had gone
Out
to the
of
bill that
spite.
included a border
So I don't
security
wanna hear
package
it.
that was supported by the National Border Patrol Council, representing 18,000 Border Patrol agents, because they knew it would make our border secure. They walked away from it. Last thing I will just say is that if we are interested in standing up to authoritarians and standing for freedom, as my father did in the Battle of the Bulge in World War II, as I just heard my colleagues speak of, his father did the same, then we need to make sure that we make clear to Iran and to China and to North Korea and to Vladimir Putin that the United States of America stands for freedom.
We just don't
And
stand
if
for
my
a closed
colleagues are
border.
serious about that, they will be supporting this bill. And with that, Madam President, I object.
The objection is heard.
Madam President,
Senator from Florida.
what we just witnessed on the Senate floor, I think, is disgusting. By blocking, all I ask for is a vote. By blocking the Senate from even voting on my amendment to add the Stop Taxpayer Funding of Hamas Act to this bill, Democrats have done the work of Hamas here in the United States Senate. Soon Democrats just made clear that they are so terrified of losing the votes of radical Hamas-loving leftists, they cannot even bring themselves to vote on an amendment. Vote, all I want is vote. If I can't win it, it's my problem. To vote on an amendment that simply states that we are not going to send money to thugs that brutally murdered 1,200 innocent people, including more than 30 Americans, and they're still holding American hostages. We're giving money to Gazans. Money goes that can help Hamas, and they're holding American hostages, and we're going to give money. I can't imagine this where we are.
Why not? We've
And this
funded
bill is
other
going to
terrorist
do
groups
nothing
before,
to
the
address
Taliban,
this while approving
Al-Qaeda,
$1 billion of aid.
ISIS.
We've got an open southern
them all
border. We got
millions.
hostages in Gaza, and we're going to give Gazans aid that we know is
God
going to go
forbid,
straight to Hamas.
goes to border.
So if you look at the text that I read, there's nothing that's going to prevent this money from going there. And all my bill says is all the president has to do is certify the money's not going to go to Hamas, and the money can go to Gaza. So, Madam President, I'm disappointed, but I want to wish to retain the balance of my time.
Disappointed, but can't be surprised. Okay, guys. Well, they're probably going to keep going for quite some time. So I'm going to end it there between people. Thank you guys so much for joining me today. It was interesting watching the Senate. I hope they don't pass this bill. But even if they do, I really don't think it's going to pass the House. I hope it's not going to pass the House. I hope they, remain strong and consistent in demanding that we close the border before we give any aid. I don't know if they will, but I hope they will. They should. I think that's what the American people want. A strong border is beneficial to all of us, and it's actually it's insane. They want to talk about the humanitarian crisis over in the Middle East, which absolutely there is, but there's also a humanitarian crisis at our own border and within our own country. 100,000 children missing, human smuggling, it's sexual assaults, you name it, murder. It's all happening at our border because of the situation that it's in. And they're not doing anything about it because out of spite, because the other bill didn't get passed. So now they're just saying, well, here's the big middle finger, and fine, we're going to give aid to other countries. Really? Really? These people are absolutely insane. It's disgusting. And I hope you're as disgusted as I am by it all. But anyways, thank you guys so much for joining me. We will be back tomorrow. I'm not 100% sure what I'm going to be watching tomorrow with you, but I'm keeping my eyes out. I'm watching a couple different options. Sometimes they add in things last minute, but I will have something up in the morning, and I will post about it so that you know what time it's going to be and what it is that we're going to be watching. And I hope you guys can all make it. I had a great time chatting with you. As always, you guys have wonderful perspectives. It's nice to hear different points of view and see kind of the debate going on back and forth. We have the debate going on in Congress, but we also have debate going on in the chat, which is really fascinating, and I love it. So thank you guys so much for watching. And with that, I'm going to take us out with a little music, and I will see you guys tomorrow. Bye.
Scattering leaves, the days go, dragging us along like ragdolls. Make these moments move faster. It's our latest disaster. There's no place I'd rather be anyway. This will do for a while. Gather your thoughts so we can run away from it all and ease our minds. We'll try to make it all matter, pave the way for the shattering of youth. Promise our real lives not far behind. Leave nothing to chance and we will not find. Still, I'd like to be here for a while. Try to make it all matter, pave the way for the shattering of youth. Promise our real lives not far behind. Leave nothing to chance and we will not find. Still, I'd like to be here for a while. Still, I'd like to be here for a while. Scattering leaves, the days go, dragging us along.